That is weird.
What's
Okay.
going down?
Okay. I have to have Discord maximized for it to work. This is okay. Is it working? Can you guys see it?
Nothing yet. The stream has not refreshed.
Looks like it has.
I'm talking.
This is great.
That's the
There, we're
ticket.
back.
Okay. Right.
And
Hello.
I hope everyone enjoys. I'm eating some tuna while this goes
Me,
down.
guys.
Welcome, friends,
Thank you.
strangers, internet world.
Oh, you're talking to the
Joseph.
internet. I thought you were talking to me.
And yes,
Hi,
especially-
Joe.
Especially you, Joe.
Hey guys.
How are we all doing today?
Marvelous.
Are we ready to? You look at you, are we eating your goddamn dinner? Okay. So, anyone wants to bring up before I go into the session?
Well, it's going to sound like ASMR, isn't it? With me eating my pasta. I'm going to mute it, don't worry.
Get your weird whispering noises, great.
So
No, I don't think we do want to go into anything before you do your recap.
awesome.
About that local
Thanks.
sports team.
Okay, so we are on, I believe it's episode 5 of our Liodos campaign. We are well underway. Unfortunately, Oren will not be coming back. But as a meta, your characters don't know that. But, you know, we know that, unfortunately. But that's fine. We'll carry on as we are. In the meantime, there's a couple of house rule things I want to go over based on what we did last time. The first one is the crit fails on magic saves, like Ad did Dissonant Whispers
Dissonant Whispers, yeah.
last time. We did that with the crit fail rule, and it was just crazy damage, and it shouldn't have been that much damage.
Yeah.
So we're going to use, for magic saves like that, we're going to use vanilla. We're still going to use the crit rules that I had before on hits for attacks, but that's going to be a change. And the other thing is, with regards to injury rules, which we all agreed we were going to use, I've decided on how I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do a slight variation on what I said before, which was, you get knocked out, you make a save. If you fail it, you get an injury. It's going to be, if you get knocked out and if the hit would have done more than half of your HP, like, if you get your whole HP, then it kills you instantly.
Yep.
If it does more than half your max HP, then you make an injury save. So it's not quite, you do have to take a significant hit in order to be injured. It's not just like you get tickled by a goblin and you fall unconscious and you like lose an eye. So
I was quite looking forward to losing something.
oh, there'll be plenty of opportunities. I'm sure. But I don't want it to be too regular, but I want it to be a risk. So that, I believe, we'll run with that. If it basically means that nothing ever happens, then we'll modify it. If it happens too often, we'll modify it. But I think it should be okay.
Until we're all limbless.
So if you're on, so say for example, if you're on 40 health, and you get hit with 20 health as a hit, you then roll an injury save. Is that right?
So yeah, if you had a max HP of 40
Yeah.
and you took 60 damage, you would make an injury save. If you had 1 HP left and you took 21 damage, you would make an injury save.
And if you had 1 HP left and you took 20 damage, you would not make an injury save.
Correct.
And what happens if you do the double? You're total goner. So if you've got 40
Yes,
health...
that's the standard. If you do your the equivalent of your full HP, you die.
Yay.
But I mean,
just
when
as we're getting attached.
you've got like 37 HP. If that happens to you, you're
Don't forget my consistently temporary hit points.
yeah, you're dealing with things that are too strong for you.
I mean, if it's going to happen to anyone, it's going to happen to Lysander.
Probably the most likely case.
I mean, Truffle's got his hit bonus action. Hide down.
Bonus action, do one.
So that was the only house rules I wanted to discuss, and I think we'll probably stick with that going forwards, and probably not going to be any changes after that. So on to the recap. So, you guys are still in the chasm from before. After battling with the strange elemental creatures that appeared around the glowing gemstones, the party pulled the bodies of the Dusk Trader expedition team. You pulled them away into a side room and you started examining them and seeing what they had on them. They don't have too much of value, but you did find a journal on the sort of scholarly looking guy containing some thoughts, sort of observations on the cavern that he'd had. Akane tried to take a sample of the gemstones from the wall using a hammer, but had an interesting experience, as instead left floored, and a wave of magical energy flowed through her, and she was sort of had these visions, these memories flood into her head. Was left a bit stunned after that. The party, after this little debacle, decided to leave the cave. As they were leaving, they were ascending up the ramp, up the rift once again, and they heard the sound, and they found this was a large lizard, which is just a creature that lives in the area. But then shortly after, another sound came, and a huge insectoid creature started preying upon this lizard and tossed it across the chasm, and sort of started smashing it about. And the party fairly promptly turned back around and went back in the cave. You went and spent the night in Garlag, the hobgoblin's hideout, and in the morning Orin was nowhere to be seen. And the party, worried she'd gone on to fight Balien alone, pressed deeper into the cave. They went on and they encountered Balien in this large chamber where he was sort of meditating, and he seemed to be waiting for someone to come. And he had this sort of glowing gemstone fused into his body, and it's sort of like coursing with this blue and energy and like crackling lightning. They tried diplomacy, but it seemed like madness had overtaken him, and it was only a matter of time until he attacked. The party managed to stop him, but his body dissolved away, leaving this crystal on its own, hovering with a human sort of spectral lightning form arcing around it. And after a little bit of a dangerous battle, they destroyed the crystal, and it exploded in a wave of shards that flooded the cavern. This huge burst of light and electricity, and there was nothing left of him but his axe, which clattered to the floor. And I believe that's where we're going to pick up. You guys had just finished this battle. I believe you had just picked up and identified, which you shouldn't have been able to do, identified the axe.
Oh my god, guys, I'm so glad I had that pearl in my back pocket to identify that thing. Oh, that was a stroke of good luck, huh? There's a pearl right next to it.
So,
what is that, Shuffle? Some sort of material?
So
yeah,
just to quickly set the scene, okay, before you start going ad-libbing with random pearls that don't exist. You're in this cave, and it's sort of like scorched all around where his body was. You've picked up the axe in your possession, and at the back on this sort of raised area, there was like his tent and a bunch of crates and like bags and sort of barrels and just various bits and bobs that it seemed to be his sort of like makeshift home, basically.
Oh my god, look, next to this axe, there's an instruction manual. It goes straight out of the box. It tells you exactly what it is and how much it hits for.
Yes. So over to you guys. What do you choose to do now that you've finished this fight?
I think Lysander was slumped against the wall, kind of like heavy breathing.
So I kind of remember Lysander really helped me out during this battle, and I think it was the first bit of bravery I really saw from him, because Kane and Lysander have kind of got that non-trusting kind of relationship going on. I've kind of had my armor ripped across, and I'm just like dripping with sweat. Kind of you can see where the soot, my usually sooty face has these kind of streak marks down it, and I think I kind of pack up my big umbrella and hobble my way over to Lysander, and I just put my hand on your shoulder, Lysander. I'm just like, thank you.
Lysander kind of recoils a little bit at the physical contact, but second guesses and so yes, more than welcome.
And I think kind of I'll say, would you mind if I looked at your injuries? You seem to be badly injured.
No. I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. It's just nicked the armor. You've made some wonderful armor. I think I'm just a little out of breath. Don't worry about me.
There's Truffle. Truffle, you okay, darling?
I'm fine.
That was amazing what you did in that last battle.
Thanks. I thought so too. It was really exciting. There's a lot of stuff going on though. Like that crystal growing out of his shoulder. That was horrific.
That was crazy. We need to figure out actually what the connection is to that place. I remember Dahlia, who you were doing this quest for, kind of wants to know more about this. I know we've got the journal. Have you found anything in the journal of any use?
Not really. I mean, it was kind of the things that we saw, that we fought before, right? There was a connection between the crystals and the electricity and the wind. And I mean, now that we've seen this guy, and you touched it, and you seemed to explode back and started talking about times and places and destinations and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what we need to relay. There's nothing really in his diary, but he seemed to have, I don't know, fused. That's the right word, right? Fused with this crystal. I don't know, that's not normal, right?
Fused into his body, like part of him. Yeah.
Okay. Like, yeah, right? Like, I mean, I've seen, when you leave, like, I don't know, like a bit of chicken out, and then, like, it gets moldy and stuff grows on it. Like, that's something that grows on it, right? I get that. That's just science. I get it.
And I'm looking at Lysander. I don't want to start interrupting you. I'm just kind of like, I don't think you've noticed that I'm kind of just making this kind of like gesture, like.
Right. So I see that. Right now, I'm no scientist, right? But there's two options. One, he was down here for so long that crystals started growing on him like mold on a chicken, or some kind of other magic stuff. So it's one of the other, really.
I like that. That's like how Truffle would think, right?
Yeah.
Truffle logic.
I vote for just magic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I can't get my head around though with the magic stuff is when I touched this crystal, I saw something. Now I'm not sure whether or not it enhanced my powers, and I was able to kind of. And I'll talk to you guys about this later. I think we're probably at the stage now where I need to explain a little bit more about why I can do what I do, but I'm not sure if it was enhancing my powers or it was telling me something that it thinks I wanted to hear. A bit like
Truffle
Balien.
checks your hands, holds them close, and looks down at your fingernails. No, they're not crystal. I thought they might start having like his fingernails might become crystals, Lysander. So, all right, if you feel like you're growing crystals anywhere, you gotta let us know, because that's the first sign of A, mold, or B, magic.
And I'm just like, I just crouched down. I'm like, Truffle, darling, I would love to take your advice on medicine, but it was only a couple of hours ago, or maybe
It's not medicine, it's magic and science.
of which you're proficient at, right? I think it was only kind of half a day ago that you licked a mushroom.
And that, in the scientific community, is called an experiment, and now we know what they do.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Science.
ask you guys, what are you gonna do? Because you're currently just standing in this chamber having a chat, having just killed someone.
We've got,
D&D.
yeah, we've got. So we know what happened, right? Shouldn't we be going back? I wanted to go back before. Shouldn't we go back?
I'd like to pick the axe up and maybe just check the back. I think we need to just figure out a little bit more about what Balien was doing here. And also, I think I can see just off to the right there a passage.
Yeah, so there's a passage to the west of you, sort of smallish passage, and obviously there's the way you came, and the way just directly to the east of you is with the room with all the crystals and coming out the wall. So there's sort of like 3 entrances to this room.
Yeah, and I remember Garlag saying to us actually, if we went west, we'd find their old hideout. I think that once we're here, we might as well push into the cave, maybe do something good for those guys.
That's right. Garlag did ask you to kill Balien, so you've done that now, at the very least.
Lysander,
Yes, Chuckle.
What do you think? A, what we should do, and B, about my hypothermesis.
Your hypothermesis, yes, of course.
My hypothermesis? It's a
Well,
science word. Don't worry about it.
I'll trust you on that. Well, we're already here. We should potentially press on. Who knows what else could be down here? Possibly more people may need rescuing. Perhaps we can discover more about the crystals. And in regards to your hypoperbolis or what have you,
Hypothermesis.
Hypothermesis, yes.
Hypothymesis.
I must agree, it does seem magical in nature.
Or mold.
Less likely to be mold, but who knows? I'm not a scientist. We could test your hypoperbolis, hypothermesis.
Hypodioramasis, yeah.
Akane, which crystal did you touch?
It looked exactly like the one that was embedded in Balien. It was back in the other room. I kind of didn't pick it up. I can't remember what happened for the next 10 minutes after I touched it.
And you said you were seeing visions.
Yeah, I think it's something I want to talk about later, seeing as we're in the middle of a cave, having just fought down a big, nasty orc.
So it's something that was?
Lysander, stop prying. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's something that is.
Something that is. Well, perhaps maybe I could touch the crystal and see what happens. It's a good way
Don't
to
lick
test. I will endeavour not to lick it.
DM,
Yes.
after Balien, he disintegrated, right? There's no signs of the crystal that was once attached to him at all anywhere, or he broke up into shards, right?
Remember what happened. You fought him, he died, and then his body disintegrated, and you were fighting the crystal on its own, and then you destroyed it, and it exploded into thousands of pieces.
Yeah, so the thousands of pieces and shards, are they still lying around the chamber?
Yeah, but imagine it's just dust, crystal dust.
Okay, cool.
Just exploded and set
I
fire.
was thinking
and, arc
sample.
lightning. It's basically there's nothing left of it, effectively.
Got you. Cool, that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
So if you like, I could go back and we could all go back. I think it's best rather than splitting up, and I could just give the crystal a little touch and see what happens. At least it would prove some kind of hypothesis about make sure it's not mold. I wink at Akane.
Akane's gonna have to stand behind you for when you get thrown back. I mean, that's my hyperthyroid about it, but it's gonna be it's not good. I don't see people the two people died, and Akane didn't, and this guy had it growing out of it. It doesn't feel safe.
Okay.
I say,
guys, I'm going to press you for some action at this point. What are you going to do?
So I'm going to go. I'm just going to say to the group, look, before we go, I just want to check what's back there. And I kind of run up. I go down to the part where Balien kind of was stood, and I look at the pile of knickknacks and paddywhacks that he's got going on.
Roll investigation, please. So you're rummaging around all these crates, and you go into his tent and have a look around and stuff.
I'm feeling like this idea is kind of catching on, that kind of Lysander really wants to touch it, and I'm mega curious about this. But I'm also don't want to. No. Oh, 9.
Okay.
You find nothing.
You look through and you find bits of old armor and some half-eaten rations and some old rotten food and some clothes which are sort of moth-eaten, and you go into his tent. It's just got a bedroll, a candle beside it, with a little mini table, and there is just a pack, a small backpack type thing next to his bed, and you rummage around inside the backpack. And the only thing you find of note in your looking around is inside this backpack, you find a strange kind of tablet, probably sort of maybe a bit smaller than a phone, kind of tablet size, but it's just stone, like smooth stone, and it's maybe about half a centimetre thick, and it's got these like grooves, like kind of like a circuit board kind of markings, just grooves on its surface, sort of like about that big.
Cool. So I just say curious, and then I kind of pop it back in the backpack, and I take the backpack with me.
Yeah.
And I pick the axe up on the way back to the Lysander and Truffle.
Yeah.
Find anything interesting, Okane?
Not much, but I didn't spend a lot of time. I've just got this backpack. I found a tablet inside, some sort of stone. But I think we should probably get back to get back to safer areas. I don't know, potentially runic or kind of magical in nature, but I'm not sure. I literally just had a cursory look.
Yeah, it's kind of like, imagine you're just like going quickly looking around, and it's like the only thing that catches your eye, basically. You're like,
Magic,
that's a bit weird.
I'm like, Lysander, you're injured.
Yes.
We need to check. We need to look at your injuries and get back.
I'm not injured.
Huh?
I'm not injured. I'm fine. It just took the wind out of me. I'm totally fine.
Nice.
I look at him. Is he bleeding?
Well, yeah, I mean, he definitely looks a little bit ruffled. Like, he doesn't look 100%. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much you can hide, like, injury and being worn out, right? Unless you want to cast an illusion on yourself.
Well. Anyway.
So should we head back, folks?
I would indeed like to just have a little touch just to investigate.
I agree.
I'm a man of science, if nothing else.
Okay, so we head back into the room to the east with the wind's still howling, right?
Oh yeah, when you go in that room and it's still like the wind's like you have to forcefully like push your way into this room, and you know there's sort of like sparks of lightning coming off and like arcing across and rippling across this sort of vein of gemstones and crystals that have burst out of the wall.
It's just like I can just imagine my dreadlocks are whipping in my face. I've got this axe and I've got my umbrella, and I'm like, "Are you ready, Lysander?"
I look and I'm just like, I haven't really got any equipment. I haven't got a bag or anything, so I'm just like, just kind of. I guess I still hold on to my cane, and I'm like, and I reach out and touch the
Touch,
crystal.
Fave. So you were just touching it, the crystals.
I read the same one that Akane went for. I reach out and just, I guess.
What kind of a save did I make you do, Joe, before? Was it strength because you were hitting it or something?
Yeah, I was trying to break it off the wall with the hammer, so you maybe roll the strength.
Okay, I think make, because you're touching this with your bare hand, an intelligence save.
That's a 9.
Oh.
Okay. You guys see Lysander just reach out and literally, like, it's like when you're touching like one of those Ven machines that like electrocute you, and he just reaches out and it's like a little zap, and just zaps his finger, and it just a flash fills the room, and he's just thrown back against the wall, and you hear like crack as he takes some bludgeoning damage, and so you take 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god!
Crack! Like you're probably unconscious before you even reach the wall, but like for Lysander, you feel like instantaneous like flood of energy going through your like. It's obviously it's split second, but you feel like time slows down, and you feel like your veins are filled with magical energy, and like throbs in your head, and you feel this sudden like out of body experience, and you find yourself in an unfamiliar place. The architecture it's like you're in a large grand hall of some kind of castle or cathedral or something, but it doesn't quite like seem to make sense. Kind of like an Escher painting, like the angles are all wrong, and you're like looking at things and they're moving as you look at them, and there's a strange mist floating in the air, and you look around, there's nobody really there, but then you look up, and suspended in the air in this kind of this sort of invisible magical cradle, but you can sense there's a magical presence there, is this kind of glowing form, and you try and look at it, but as you look at it, you're like forced to look away, and it sort of like hurts your eyes, but you feel a familiar presence, and it's like something that has tried to speak to you from far away. Says just a few words before you lose consciousness. Oh, Lysander, I didn't expect you here. I look forward to seeing you in person. And then blackness.
I rush over to this crumpled.
Yeah, I follow suit.
And
I lay cure hands on.
Oh, nice! And I just kind of I see this. What does it look like?
Cure wounds. Sorry.
What does it look like?
Cure wounds. Basically, it's like a slight green, like a brighter green, golden glow that sort of emanates from actually the center of the head and goes starts. Actually, have you ever watched one of those Gaviscon commercials where when you drink, when you eat like a throat lozenge and you put it down and it suddenly it sort of flows through the body? It's like that, like a little ball of light falls through and sort of almost illuminates the skin underneath, falls through both arms and then into the fingertips, and it's a shock, almost like a defibrillator in this instance. For example, it's not always the same, and that is at level 1, and you get 7 hit points back.
Better off than I was before. Does that wake me up?
That's a DM question.
I would say you probably naturally come back to consciousness like in a few minutes. You're kind of like out cold from the impact, and then a few minutes later you go like groggily, like where am I? What happened? Sort of thing. And you had the same sense like Akane, where you've got your head's throbbing, like you've just the worst headache, and it's sort of like affecting your ability to think clearly for a minute. But eventually it sort of slowly wears off and you come back to reality.
Lysander, are you okay?
Lysander.
Yes, hello. Marvellous.
It's very, very important. Should I lick the crystal?
Don't do that, Jenkins. That wouldn't be a good idea.
I'm not Jenkins. I'm Truffle. It's me.
Yes,
Truffle. I think
The green one.
Truffle, I think he's a bit disorientated.
What happened?
Come on, let's get you up. And I kind of start to try and pick him up a little bit. Are you getting up with me, or?
Yeah. I think I'm too disorientated to refuse, I guess.
I'm like, Truffle, grab his cane. And I kind of put him on my shoulder like this, and I'm like, Truffle, darling, can you grab the axe as well? And I kind of pick up my umbrella with the other hand and kind of swap it and start to carry him.
I'm not sure I can. What does your cane look like, by the way? This is the first time I've held it.
Are you looking at it?
I'm looking at your cane.
Oh no.
Your deckard.
It is. It's jet black with a silver pommel / spike at the very end that goes into the ground, and the handle is. It's basically like a squid's tentacle that comes up and then into the actual handle that you hold.
Is it weighty? Does it feel hefty, or is it light? Or
yeah, it's fairly weighty. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know what else.
Akane, I can't carry the axe and the cane. It's too heavy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep walking, but the cane is in one hand, and I'm dragging the axe with the other one. So the axe is scraping along the floor.
I'm like, yeah, I'm just kind of carrying you out, and I've got the shield, and I'm just kind of letting Truffle just drag the axe. I just imagine it's like
I'm just following suit.
Is it stony floor or is it kind of a little bit dust? It's like
No, because remember it's constant wind, so it's just everything is smooth stone all around you.
Cool. And I see him struggling, and I'm like, "Come here!" And I kind of like pick up the axe as well with the other hand. So I've got the shield kind of across my back, and I pick up the axe and like put it under my armpit, and I'm just kind of carrying everything. Like,
Are we headed north?
Yeah, where are you guys going? What are you doing now?
heading
Where we came from.
heading back to Garlag.
Okay, so
Just in my mind, I'm just thinking kind of let's get Lysander kind of better, let him clear his head a little bit, then let's head back out swiftly. But we can also talk to Garlag while we're there, and maybe kind of let him know that we killed Balien.
okay, so yeah, you head back in and you go through the password giving process and you get into the chamber, and Garlag's just sort of doing as usual, just sort of hanging around, sort of lazing in his chair. Like, hey, you guys are back.
Hey!
You haven't been gone too long, but you're looking like you've been in a spell of trouble there, especially
Looking
Lysander.
like we totally did what you couldn't do.
Oh, you killed Balien?
Big time.
Wow, you guys are straight up ice cold, huh?
Yeah. Like ice.
He like looks at Truffle and Lysander, and he kind of like sort of blinks. He can't quite believe it, but he's like, "Well, I guess. I mean, we can go and check, or have you got any proof that he's dead?"
And I kind of hold up his backpack, which is I'm also carrying, as I'm laying Lysander down. And I say, "Look, we've picked up this backpack, but we're going to need much longer to talk about actually what happened, because there are some weird things going on here, Garlag."
Okay. So you giving me this backpack, or are you just showing me what it is? Is it a gift?
Just showing you this backpack for now.
Okay.
I need Lysander and Truffle to check it out. They're more magical than I am. I'm not sure if I've missed anything.
Well, it looks like a bag to me. What do you want me to do about it?
I don't want you to do anything. I just wanted to show you it as evidence. And I'd start to talk to him and regale the story of what happened with the crystal, and then he burst into electric, and then we fought this, and then kind of how close it was, and how we were all kind of popping kind of our powers, and it actually concluded with the fact that he just exploded, and this crystal kind of just obliterated into this kind of dusty fragments across the cave. So you can go back in, and I just finished up. So you can go back and find a scorch mark on the floor if that's what you want to look for. But you're not going to find any human evidence or physical or material evidence that Balien is there.
As you're telling this story, Garlag is like looking bored, visibly bored, like yours. He's like, oh, okay. But Clive is like taking notes in a little book. Got his spectacles.
Oh, we have an axe as well.
Ooh. Oh. He's like, you got an axe, huh? Come show me that thing.
See with your eyes, not with your hands.
Oh, okay, all right. You smart and strong. Okay, so he sort of like gets out of his chair a bit and sort of like looks over. So what you just like showing him, like holding it up, sort of thing.
I'm not. Akane, do you have it? I couldn't carry it.
Oh, then we don't have an axe. It's back there. We need to run back out, and I run back out and I look for the axe. I'm just like kind of bumbling along the floor trying to find this, recognizing kind of as a bit of somebody with experience that it probably costs a bit of money. It looked like a standard issue, but I think I just kind of feel like we should find it. I don't know why something's tugging at me.
Okay, so yeah, you get the axe and you bring it back and show Garlag, right?
Yes, but I want to kind of pay some respect to Truffle, so I show it from afar and just hold it up.
Okay, he's like, hey, Clive, can you got a better eye for things, can you just take a look at that thing for me? He's just like leaning back in his chair, looking as usual, kind of nonchalant about things, and Clive's like, oh yeah, so I would love to take a look at that. Do you mind just he sort of leans over, doesn't like get close and try and grab it. He's just got a book in his hand. He's like taking notes, like, yes, oh yes, that's definitely the Seal of Velimar, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, okay. Seems to be a sort of military issue axe of some kind, perhaps a soldier's axe. Yes, I do believe this is the sort of thing he would have had. You fought him. I didn't, Garlag. Did he have a Velim axe? And Garlag's like, yeah, I guess he was something like that. That sounds about right. Okay. All right, I believe you. You killed him. Yeah, we'll go and check it out later. But as far as I'm concerned, looks like you got his axe, right? Did you find anything else in his? Find any money or loot over there in his?
Nope.
Little hideout?
and as I'm about before I speak, I just like look at Truffle and I'm like, no, we did not.
Oh, okay. All right. He's like, okay then, well, fair enough. But, so, I guess, in terms of our deal, you completed your end of the bargain, so, I owe you a couple of gold pieces, right? How much was it I said I was going to give you?
275 each.
Okay. Clive, you take a couple of the boys. You go get the money. I'll wait here with these fellows.
Wait. It was 400 each.
He says, yeah, you ain't tricking me with that. I would not have offered you 400 gold pieces. This is crazy talk.
No, but each might have done.
What is this kid? Who is this kid? Come on. Clive, get out there and go and get him their reward. Okay. And Clive's like, oh, okay. Puts down his book and his little neat pile of like stacked scrolls and things. And he takes a couple of the goblins and they sort of pad out. And they're sort of gone for maybe 10 minutes or so. 5-10 minutes. You guys doing anything in the meantime?
Before Clive leaves, can I do something? Can I use
Tell me what you do.
I communicate to him telepathically.
Okay.
And I say, he doesn't respect you, Clive. Doesn't respect you.
And remind me how you're communicating telepathically?
With my awakened mind.
Okay.
Which I will post in Roll20. I don't believe there's... you can understand it how you want, but yeah. Lysander is slumped on the floor with his cane, kind of like, oh dear, I'm so tired.
Okay. And as he's going past, you sort of whisper in his head. And he kind of pauses for a second as he's walking out, about to leave the door, and sort of looks back over his shoulder, sort of hesitates, looks over at Garlag, sort of squints his eyes, and then carries on. He's like, oh, come along, we've got a job to do. Follow me. Bring a couple of bags and we'll bring their reward over. And he carries about his way. You hear the door close as he leaves the sort of hideout. And in case, unless you guys are going to do anything else, he'll just return in about 10 minutes.
No, I'm just gonna go I'm just crouching by Lysander, and I'm just like, I'm not prying yet. I'm just saying, you okay?
Oh, it just took the wind out of me. If I wasn't injured before, I must admit, I feel a little bit injured now. But it's probably all fine. But quite a zap. Quite a zap.
Let's talk later. And I kind of I get my wineskin out and just like drink from it, and I'm just like, Lysander, Truffle, drink.
I'm talking to the other goblins in the meantime, asking them every question under the sun about what it's like to be a goblin, what it's like living in a cave, what it's like being just learning it all.
Cool. You're quite charismatic, but again, they are just goblins, so they just say stuff like, one of them tells you about how he likes to fish crabs out of this little pond, and he spent ages, and he's got all these little collection of old like crab shells and stuff, and he tells you about how tasty they are, and especially if you like cook them in this certain way. And another one tells you about how he went out raiding, and he found like a farm, and he went and sort of like stole one of their chickens, and the farmer got really angry, and he ran away and laughing, and it was great, and he brought the chicken back, and they all ate chicken. It was quite feathery, and he didn't like the feathers.
2 excellent goblin stories. Truffle is fascinated and tells them about a time that he too found an excellent crabbing hole to find some crabs.
They're like wide-eyed, like crabbing.
About the time he once had some smoked meats, and then tells them how smoking meats is something they might want to do to make the chicken flavor even better. And he tells them his recipe for smoked fish.
They're like drooling, like
Yeah,
anyway.
that's what I do. That's how I spend 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're all too happy to like just chat about random goblin crap with you, basically.
As a quick aside, where's Jenkins?
Where is Jenkins? You tell me.
I don't know. We left the cave and we never. I guess he would have gone outside.
I guess maybe up until the point where you left, he followed you, and then maybe you said, "Oh, there's danger ahead. Stay back here," sort of thing.
Okay, cool. Makes
But
sense.
in future, do keep a note of what you want to do with him, and let me know.
Always keep an
'Cause
eye on
I don't
Jenkins.
want to be presuming what he does.
Jenkins is his own man.
You can say what you tell him to do, and then I will say what Jenkins will do as a result.
Cool.
So, yeah, as Truffle's having conversations with these goblins, Akane's having a little sippy on her sippy cup wineskin. Clive returns, the door opens, and he pads back in, and he's got this big sort of like old sort of patched like sack full of coins, and he just hands it to whoever, Akane I guess, closest, and it's got money in it, which is, how much did I say?
I don't know. I made up a number before.
I didn't actually write it down. It's got 87 gold pieces and 108 silver pieces in it.
Hello.
All right, thank you,
Truffle
Clive.
could not carry it. Too heavy. Oh, my pleasure. Yes. A deal is a deal. A deal is a deal, and I believe both of us have benefited from this, and hopefully you'll be able to move back in shortly.
Well, I guess let's explain. We haven't gone right back in and searched the other part. So unless I don't know if Balien came with anybody, but we were planning to kind of rest up here, let Lysander get better, and then maybe just check out and make sure that's okay for you to move back in. I mean, this is a lot of gold you've given us, and I wouldn't want to kind of just take it without doing everything we could before we left.
Oh, well, I mean, if you, I would be all too happy, and I'm sure Garlag would be if you were going to assist us. But all we really wanted was to get our old hideout back. I mean, so what are you planning to do? This cave is a dangerous place. You know, we've lived here for a while. This is we try and steer clear of the dangerous areas. If you have any questions, I could maybe assist.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out.
I have quite extensive notes.
what Balien was doing here, and whether or not he would be with other people, or whether actually we're just going to find your old empty hideout and we can just come back quite quickly.
Yes, well, what Balien was doing here, I think he seemed obsessed with the crystals. You may have seen it. It seems to be the primary source of the wind and the storm energy, as I like to call it, in this cave. The vein of crystals in the wall, in the southern room. He seemed obsessed with it. He's constantly studying them, and he wouldn't. He's forced us away out of that room completely, and then eventually took over the main chamber. I guess he somehow managed to harness their power. He seemed to have some kind of lightning magics on his side. Not really sure we don't know too much about magics, I'm afraid. Apart from Noffel, he knows a couple of tricks.
You seem like a smart fellow.
Oh, thank you.
I imagine Lysander just like sitting up now, like you just didn't even recognise that he gets up, and he's just like he's pricked up at like lightning magic, and like.
Yeah, Clive's like, oh, yes, sort of like stroking his big tufty beard, like, yes. What? Is there something you want to know? I could possibly answer some questions. I know
Just
something.
admiring a fellow scholar.
Oh. He sort of nervously looks at you like, yes, okay. And it's always a pleasure to meet like-minded individuals.
Indeed it is. Always tough when you're surrounded by people who don't quite understand you, isn't it?
Yes. What exactly are you getting at, old boy?
I'm just saying, we should have a conversation. Maybe not now. I think I need to possibly have another sit down. But I feel like you and I would be fast friends.
He eyes you with suspicion.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
And I kind of jump in, completely oblivious to what I think Lysander's trying to do here. And I was like, yeah, actually, Clive, I've been meaning to ask you. I've crossed kind of shields with a few bugbears in my time. It was kind of mutual hate from both sides, so kind of don't shoot the messenger. But you're much smarter than the average bugbear. You seem really well educated. What's with that?
You seem tougher than the average human woman. Sort of looks down his glasses like,
But that's because I've been training and I've been raised like this.
Yes.
What's your story?
Well, growing up, I just found that I wasn't growing up in the wild like many bugbears. I grew up in a town, and I had access to means, books, and civilization, and I just grew up like a normal person, and I found myself quite enamoured with the scholarly ways. I've spent a lot of time in libraries where I could, helped out in various places for a little bit of coin, but ultimately, people can't get over the image of the bugbear coming to terrorise the town, and eventually I felt too uncomfortable and left. Eventually found myself here with Garlag and his crew, and he provides me with what I need, and I help him out, and if he needs any intelligent deduction about things or examination of objects, I do his accounts for him. Very important.
That's awful. I mean, not that you do his accounts, that does sound pretty bad because I'm not very good with numbers. But just the whole story about being rejected and not being able to be who you want to be.
Oh, it's not an unusual thing in this world, I dare say.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Thanks, Alexa. You should never judge a book by its cover. Am I right? Look over at Truffle.
That's quite. But
Truffle's still having a conversation about crabs.
yes, I am quite happy with my life. I don't want for more. Someday I would like to gain enough money to go and maybe strike out on my own. But for now, I'm quite happy to just live out my days doing vaguely scholarly studies. This cavern has been quite interesting, of course. So, what are you guys planning to do other than speak to Clive for ages?
Short rest.
So what happened? You had a long rest, you got up, you went and you fought Balien, and you come back and you chatted. So maybe it's late morning, midday-ish at this point. So you're welcome to have a short rest.
Yes, please. I would like to spend the short rest reading my notebook.
Yeah, and maybe Truffle and the goblins will together cook you up some crabby stew or something. And you all have some not unpleasant Maybe it's got a few bits of like dirt and rock in it and stuff, but you sort of like pick them out. And, like, this is fine. This is edible.
Very politely. Yeah, very politely pick them out.
Yeah.
Smile.
But yeah, you spend about half an hour, an hour. You feel refreshed afterwards, and what do you do next? I guess is the question.
Gonna roll my hit die.
Oh God,
I'm
what
gonna
is
roll my hit
happening?
die as well.
Oh God, 4. Okay, I'm gonna roll the second hit die.
Yeah, ready.
Okay. And we're back. Okay. So, what was just happening?
Oh, so much.
We were deciding what you guys are going to do. You had your short rest. You're just finished eating your lunch and hanging out with Garlag and his crew. Unless there's anything else you want to ask them about, it's time to head out to your next destination, which is going to be where?
Guys, it's been so great, and I hope you do get to do the smoking. It makes the food taste so amazing. But we're going to go now. All right, but pass that information on. Guys,
Yes.
should we
Josh.
go?
Yes.
Yes.
I've
onwards.
got these seals. So what do we do with the bodies?
Don't think we can possibly take them back to town. I think
Garlag?
what we can hope for is burying them.
Garlag.
Yeah. What's up with you guys? You still here?
Can I ask another favour?
Well, you've been good to us. We had a good deal, so ask away.
Okay.
I ain't guaranteed
So-
anything, of course.
No problem. So I'm gonna offer. There's two choices, right? Choice one: you bring the bodies back to the town at some point, so that they can get proper burials.
Bodies? What?
Option-
Sorry, what?
op-
what
there's
are you
some
talking
bodies.
about? Exactly.
Some bodies. They're Dust Trail Raiders. I'll show you which ones if you need to. But there's
Right,
option
okay.
two.
Traders, Truffle, traders. They're traders. They're not
What did I
raiders.
say? They're not raiders.
They're not raiders.
Okay. Second one is you find a burial spot for them when we're gone, somewhere nice, because I think that they deserve that, given what happened.
I'm sorry, what's this got to do with me and my guys? Why are we doing this?
Absolutely nothing, unless you want bodies in a place you want to live. I just thought it'd be nice, seeing as we went and helped. And
You're talking
took
about,
care
as
of
you're talking
that
about the
business.
bodies, the goblins behind you are licking their lips. And like, sort of thing.
Is this something we do? Is it Lysander? Is this something goblins do? Is this something we do? Is this a new thing I need to know about? Do I eat people? Should I be eating people? Maybe I should try.
Start.
God, like just kind of like, oh gosh, you're not you can't be a real goblin. Sure.
I'm real.
Oh, my sweet summer goblin.
Yeah. Well, don't
So-
worry. We'll find something to do with those bugs. We'll go and give them a proper burial. Let's put it that way.
Come on,
Cool.
Truffle. Let's go. Leave these.
I am completely content with that answer. Thanks. We're going.
Oh,
On the
all
way
right
out.
then. Well, I hope never to see you guys again.
I love you too.
And
Those
I'm
are doing
like,
business now. Get out of here.
no. I can't. I'm really sorry. I can't do this. And we can fast forward this bit, but essentially, I kind of just say to the guys, "I'm going to have to wait. You're going to have to give me an hour, and I'll bury them myself just outside."
Mm-hmm.
So I guess Lysander, Truffle, we have that conversation. You comfortable with me waiting for me for an hour?
Big time.
But I'm
I just
certainly not helping.
Are you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
going to
just-
be helping him, or are you just going to?
I am big time helping.
Huh.
I am using the axe to chop into the ground.
Oh,
I
Truffle
will
can
get Jenkins
barely
to help.
would pick up the axe. He's just kind of like going, ugh, and
Yeah.
sort of dropping it.
It's one of those where you take two of them and you put it onto your shoulder and then you just let the weight of gravity cut down.
He's basically doing nothing. You're doing all the
I'm
work.
trying.
The Cano's doing all the work.
I will stand back and instruct Jenkins to help.
Yeah, Jenkins, he's not super strong, but he knows his way around a shovel. He helps you dig a hole, and I guess what are you doing? Just doing it out in the sort of the bottom of the chasm outside the cave, or what are you doing?
yeah, just at the bottom of the chasm outside the cave. And I guess before as we put them into the pit and as we seal it back up, I use one of my fortress echoes to do a bit of a combination of the spells, just to kind of create this kind of obsidian cover over the top of it.
Okay.
And stand up, dust off, covered in just mark and dust, and I'm like, thanks Truffle, thanks Jenkins.
Hmm.
I kind of give a shitty look to Lysander.
I walk and wave. Good job.
Okay guys, did you want to get back to town?
Back to town!
Let's go.
Jenkins just looks over at Lysander.
Come along, Jenkins. Back to town.
Yes, boss. Pops his
Ugh.
still like covered in grime, and he just like pops his backpack on, like.
I just walk over and just tap him and just use prestidigitation to like clean him off a little bit.
Just sort of like. Thanks, boss.
You're welcome, Jenkins. Got to look presentable.
Yes,
It's all about appearances.
yes, boss.
I just look at Lysander. I'm like, if you come anywhere near me with that rose flavoured stick of yours, I'm gonna punch you, Lysander.
Feisty.
So feisty.
Of course not.
Okay, so we're heading off back out up the chasm, back to the surface. Any specific instructions, or the usual marching order, can it in the front sort of thing?
Yep.
Sounds good.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you head up, and it is, it's about midday-ish, maybe just after, maybe about 12:30, something like that. And the sun is high up in the sky. It is hot. You can feel it as soon as you get to the surface.
Some water.
Yeah. And you guys have eaten, so you don't need any food or anything. Presumably, you probably drank something in there as well. But it is hot, so you feel like you need to get moving. So you straight away you get going, and you go the way back you came. You follow, as you remember, on the way in you came, and there were like sort of pitons or markers with the Dust Trader logo on them, fluttering in the breeze. And you sort of follow them back until you get to sort of like a rough path, and you start heading back. Who would be sort of, I guess, the navigator or the scout, or the person who's leading you?
No, I.
Be me.
Okay. Roll a
so I'll be
survival check.
Marley, you in danger, girl.
Pretty good.
17. My fat wisdom.
That's seriously fat.
I'm so fucking wise.
+7, nice. Okay, so yeah, you very quickly, Akane finds the trail that you guys, it's pretty worn and sort of like it disappears for periods at a time, but she finds it, picks it up, follows it quite easily. You head back along the way you came. You pass on the distance, this time on your left. There's that sort of tower that you saw in the distance, and like it looks the same as it did before.
Where are we going to look at that?
Yeah, we were. I mean, do you guys feel up to it now?
I mean, you can always come back later if you feel interested.
I thought we were meant to go see Dahlia as soon as possible.
That's a good point, Truffle. We did promise we'd get back quite quickly, and that was what, a day
She must
ago
be
now?
worried.
Yeah, I mean, it was
yesterday, right?
yeah, but they were missing for 2.5 days, and we've been missing for a day. I agree. Yeah, let's head back.
I told you we shouldn't stop.
So you just carry on walking, and it's the sun's beating down, you're sweating, you try and find shade where you can, but it's just basically open for the whole way. About a couple of hours in, 2 or 3 hours in, you get out of this sort of cracked sort of like wasteland and into a more just sort of like slightly hilly, and there's occasional outcroppings of rock and like little dips and valleys that you can sort of go through and stuff, but it's still very dry and hot. There is not much in the way of vegetation. You see an occasional scrubby bush and like sort of similar things to tumbleweed. It's like a few cacti, and you keep heading on your way, and you get about 3/4 of the way back, and you see not too far off, maybe like 80-100 yards off, just like a tree. But it's like mostly dead. There's got a few leaves.
It's a mimic.
It's not a mimic. It might be a mimic. And you occasionally see a tree, but in this one you notice that there is a figure sat leaning against the tree, and you can see even from this distance in broad daylight, you can see it is a Laor, which are like humanoid constructs, and they are made out of, like, their bodies are crystalline, and like made out of this silvery black metal, which is like a sort of like a frame that holds all these pieces of crystal, and they sort of glow from within, and their face is like this smooth sort of faceplate, and it's got like underneath like light glowing, and that sort of like moves around as they talk, and their expressions change and stuff like that. So they're kind of like maybe I guess you could consider them the Liodos Warforged, but they're my own homebrew race. But you guys would probably all have at least heard of them, if not met some. But they are quite rare. But you see this one just sort of like slumped against the tree.
I'm just like, in the distance, I'm like, how curious. Is that Lair?
I believe it's a Leor.
Oh, a Lair. And I guess, are they known to be aggressive, or are they just kind of automatons that serve people?
No, they're known to be. They have their own personalities. They're just like they're like people.
Do they have rights? They're recognised as like sentient beings.
Yes, absolutely, and they're not generally quite, I guess, well respected, because all of them will have been around for a long time. They're not sort of made anymore. They just sort of exist from a previous era. So yeah, I mean, where you do see them, they're treated with respect, and they're not. You don't hear from what you know about them. They're not like hostile. They're generally quite well-mannered and measured in their actions and thoughtful, sort of thing. But they're quite strong. They're quite tall and very tough because they're like literally made out of like crystal and stone.
I've never met a Leor. I can't. Can we please meet him?
Keep calm.
I am calm.
I think let's head over towards it, and just kind of see what it's doing here. Truffle, we might need you as backup. Just stay close to me, dear.
Okay.
And I think we just make our way over to this Leor till we're about probably 10 foot away.
Yeah, so you approach it, and it's not moving. It sort of it does appear to be conscious. But you can see that down its smooth faceplate there is a crack down it, and for maybe a Kane, possibly Lysander, you might have seen a Leor before, but you know they kind of glow from within. They sort of made pulses like a dull reddish light usually, and the light within this one is quite sort of like faded, like sort of flickering a bit. And as you draw closer, the light in its face just sort of flickers to life for a minute, and then it sort of flickers up like it's trying to look at you, and then it sort of raises its head and just sort of twitches a bit, and then sort of slumps back down.
Is it hurt?
I guess I rush over.
Shall I try and heal it?
Have you got anything, Trouble?
I can heal it. Like I did with you.
Yes, wonderful. Try.
And I will step close, and I will use my last second spell slot to cure wounds.
Oh, okay.
On the... Jesus. How's that right? 12?
Yeah, it's 2d8 plus wisdom or charisma. Yeah.
1d8 plus
Should
5.
be 2d8 for second level.
Oh, sorry, I only did it at first level.
Okay, so 12. 12 HP. Okay, so yeah, you see Truffle does his little, I guess, like a swallowing motion. It's sort of like it goes into his face and then sort of suffuses down into its body. And you can see this light from within starts to grow a bit stronger. Like, you can see it sort of feels like there's more vitality to it. And it's sort of, its arms are like, sort of like trying to lift its arms, but it can't, like, quite... lifts one arm and then sort of plops it back down, but it turns its head up and sort of looks, and now it's managing to hold its head up of its own accord, and it sort of looks like it's trying to speak, and it's making a noise like
I don't know what you mean.
And it turns to Truffle like
magic. It's a spell, and you can fuse things back together. You can mend things, anything like that?
No, I don't have it prepared.
And I basically pull my backpack off and my hat, and I kind of get back down to it, and I kind of hold my hand over its face, and I cast Mend.
Okay.
Does anything happen?
I continue to repeat exactly what he said back to me as best as I can.
So yeah, Truffle's just going. But obviously, to you other guys, you can tell that it's trying to say something and it's malfunctioning. Right. So Akana, you reach down and you try to repair the crack in its face.
Yeah, I've kind of cut my hand on the back of its head, and I'm kind of trying to repair its face. I'm curious. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like a human or kind of like, I don't know how it's made up. So I'm just trying what I can, really. I think.
Yeah.
But I'm also trying to suss out how it's working as well.
And you can also see that it's got like other like cracks and like some of its metal like it's like a sort of frame, I guess. It's like a metal frame with bits of crystal in it, and parts of its metal frame are like twisted and like bent a bit. And yeah, you try and cup its head and you try and like fix this thing, and you're mending magic. You feel like whatever magic that created this creature or holds it together, your mending magic is not like strong enough to like fix it. It would take something much stronger to repair it.
I'm just like, it's not working, and I'm like, I look to the Truffle and Lysander. It kind of feels like we need more of your healing magic, Truffle. This isn't working. It's not. It's more like human than it is a piece.
Okay, I can try again, and I will cast Cure Wounds at level 2.
Okay.
Is what I will do. Burning those spell slots. That's a sweet 11 right there, my friends.
And okay, yeah. So now it's sort of like it's able to like lift its arms up. It does sort of like creaking them, like its movement seems sort of slow and sort of twitchy and a bit pained. And it sort of like looks up at you, and it's like, thank you.
It's alive! You're welcome. What is your name? Actually, wait. How can we help?
Who?
I'm Truffle. What's your name? Yep, don't worry. I got it. I know where you're going. I'm Truffle. Who are you? I'm on the floor, and next to a bed. I'm tired. Hungry. Hot.
And it's like the lights on its face are like swirling, and like it's trying to think and like darting back and forth, but it can't quite. It seems like it's trying to make a connection, but it can't. And it's just sort of like
and I'm just
who
like,
am I?
Who are you? What?
It just looks
guys,
up at you, like almost plaintively, like
we're friends. We're here to help.
Friend.
Yeah, I'm Truffle. This is Arcane. This is Lysander. We're friends. We can help.
Truffle. Friend.
Yeah. I can help. Hey, stay still. I'm gonna cast my last spell of the day.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it again. That's my last. I'm gonna do Cure Wounds again at 2nd level. That's my last 2nd level spell.
Chris, I just imagine
that's just what he would have done.
Are you sweating at this point? You're kind of the overexertion.
That's a 12. Sorry, 17.
Okay, so
high cast level.
Truffle's like repeatedly just going, come on. Yeah, just
quit on me.
Blasting this healing magic repeatedly into him, sort of thing.
And it is literally like, as I say, the pulse goes down the arms, and it is defibrillator right on him.
and it's sort of like,
And as I do that, like Truffle sort of a bit dizzy, almost trips over and falls over himself. Like just feels, you can see Truffle is physically exhausted. That's how it manifests. But a spell slot is like running a marathon or doing something very intense. It's a physical pain or a toll on Truffle.
And he sort of like sees you fall over and he sort of reaches out an arm like, friend.
Oh man, you Iron Giant did, mate. It's Iron Giant!
Where are we?
Under a tree. A tree. Do you know tree?
Tree. Yes. Organic plant life form.
Yeah! I'm an organic life form too!
Yes, friend. Organic.
And this is Lysander. Lysander's another organic life form.
Lysander. Friend.
And this is Arcane. She's carbon. Oh no. I'm not sure what she's made of. I assume organic too. And wheat. She's mainly liquids.
And I kind of,
friend.
and I kind of crouch down and I just like look at Truffle. Yes, I'm a liquid friend. Leo, kind of, what happened?
I am sorry, friends. I do not. Memories are gone. Where they should be, only empty.
Can I see any like, are there any physical marks or physical tolls on the body that would suggest some? I mean, I don't know what check it would be, but like, does it look like it's been bludgeoned or stabbed or shot or anything like that?
Why don't you do a kind of check? Insight?
Okay. Oh god, that's not great. That's a 12 with my insight.
I mean, you it's hard to tell, but it looks like it's various like things have happened to him. Like it wasn't just he's been smacked and like lost his memory. It looks like he's just been maybe worn down over time.
Okay.
The various injuries.
What about the surrounding area, like under the tree? Is there any drag marks? Has he dragged himself to here?
No, it kind of looks like, it's the floor is dusty stone, so any tracks would have blown away or been eroded. And he's just sitting there. He doesn't seem to have any possessions on him. He doesn't have a pack or anything. He doesn't have any. Like Leor don't really need to wear clothes, so he is basically naked. And yeah, he's just sitting there in the middle of nowhere, and he doesn't seem to know who he is or how he got here.
Arcana, how far away from home?
So if it took us half a day to get here, and we've been travelling about 3/4 away, maybe a couple of hours left to go back into town.
I think we should bring him back with us.
I agree with you, Truffle. Yeah, I think.
Can you walk?
I believe that I may be able to walk after you have healed me, friend. Please help me up. He sort of reaches out.
I mean, I can carry a hand, if anything. I can lift his hand.
I kind of get him, and I kind of Jenkins.
Oh.
Jenkins, carry this man.
Yes,
What?
Jenkins.
Oh, yes, boss, what do you want me to do?
Help him.
Oh, yeah. He sort of runs in, sort of gets under the Leor's arm, sort of squats down and helps him up. Sort of like, yeah.
And what does he feel like? Is Leor kind of how like the average human, like 2 times, 3
Heavy.
times? Oh, okay.
It feels like you're lifting like a big stone, basically.
Hey, he
Probably
ain't heavy.
Twice as heavy as a normal person. And like when he is up on his feet, his like the top of his shoulders probably up to maybe the top of Lysander's head, and then like another head and neck on top of that. So he's
Chris,
tall.
I can see your mind working. Like,
He's like looking down at Truffle, like,
I am gonna ride him
thank
into
you,
battle so hard.
friend.
No problem, guys. I'm gonna call you Leo until we know. I know that's what you are, but I will call you that until we know your name and we get to know you. But right now, we want to help you, and my friend Dahlia might have something to heal you, and at least you'll be safe. So,
Yes,
are you happy to come with us?
that Leor is acceptable. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. You'll
I
be
do not
safe
know
with
where
us.
I
I
am.
promise.
I will travel with you if that is okay.
Okay. Let's go.
So we line up and head back into town. I try and pick up the trail again. With
Prince
this,
Ali, fabulous.
is he comfortable walking by himself, or
Yeah, he's sort of quite slow, sort of plodding. So maybe you have to slow down a little bit to maybe sort of half speed, and occasionally sort of stumbles like, but you know, finds his foot, or maybe like you or Jenkins run up and sort of like help him stand up for a minute, and then he carries on. So yeah, you make your way back to town. You don't need to make any more rolls. You can use your previous survival check, and yeah, you come back to the familiar site. About, you know, you've been travelling for probably about 7 or 8 hours, so it is coming on to evening time. I would say the sun is starting to set. You see the Dusk Trail stretching south and north, and you can see the Dusk Trail traders building where you departed from before, and you know, the sort of outside area where the wagon was, and it seems to be closed up at this time of day. But you know, you can hear there's various sort of like lively sounds around town. You feel like you can probably hear like the rowdy sounds of one of the inns nearby, and people are still sort of bustling around. It's quite balmy and warm at this time as well. So yeah, you find yourselves back in Viazzo. What do you do next?
Should we head to the Blushing Gnome? Like, Marcy will be able to look after our friend, and maybe we can get some food and drink and sleep. I don't know where else we could take him other than. I mean,
yeah, I
we
agree.
could go to Dervold, but I can't imagine soldiers are going to be any use.
No, I think as well we probably want to stay away from the Blazing Torch or anywhere else where there's soldiers. I think let's get a room in the Blushing Gnome. We've got the gold to pay for it, and let's have a drink. Let's have a drink or two. I mean, just two or three. Like,
I've got our cameras all in the wrong places. Retransition
So,
back.
I will say, I'm not used to walking around here as myself for very long.
That's true.
So
You were a little boy form before, weren't you?
yeah, and I'm too tired. I don't have it in me to change. So when we go in there, Marcy will know me, but you may see the uglier side of people. Just want everyone to be aware of that. But I'm worried about my new friend. So, Blushing Gnome, Lysander, does that sound good to you?
Yeah, yes, Truffle, sounds wonderful. And I wouldn't worry too much about drawing attention. There is a giant crystalline metal man walking around with it.
That's true. Okay, Blushing Gnome, let's go. And I take them along the shortest route known. There's some sweet back alleys.
Some Assassin's Creed parkour.
Assassin's Creed parkour.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Listen. Okay. Right.
I imagine us walking through town as well. Can you imagine? We just don't give a shit. Like, people are staring at us, and we're just like. Pfft.
Yeah, and like
Lysander's
people are
waving.
like, they'll be like, sort of looking at you like that as you sort of just trudge past, and you kind of like, hey, how's it going? And they're kind of like, oh, hello there, sort of thing, and just they're kind of weirded out, but at the same time they're all quite friendly and lively in this town from your experience, and they kind of take it in their stride a bit. So you guys are heading to the Blushing Gnome with Marcia and Co. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
So you head over there, and you know, you see the sign of outside of the person leaning down and like kissing the gnome on the cheek, as you've seen before. You head inside, and it is bustling and lively as you usually find it. Most of the tables are full. There is one table at the far side which is free, which you can sit at. Marcy is busy serving like a few people at the bar, sort of like leaning over and be like, hey, and she's like, yeah, I'll get to you in a minute, sort of thing. But busily filling up these huge tankards out of the barrels. There is, I'd say, currently no music playing. It's just sort of like the rowdy sound of people's conversations and sort of general bar background noise. So yeah, what did you guys do?
I think find a booth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a booth, like we kind of, I think we imagine us just coming into the door. It's just like we're like this kind of rowdy bar scene, and we're just like looking for a booth. In my mind, I was going to go speak to Marcy. I think if we can't find anywhere to sit, and see if we can get a room for our Leor friend.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you go up and she finishes serving whoever she's serving, and she's like, "Hey, it's been a. How long has it been? It feels like a good day or two since I've seen yous. Hey,
Well,
Akane, you still owe me money.
what's my tab at now, Marcy?
Oh, I'd have to check, but it's at least a couple of silver pieces.
Yeah, I think I should be able to clear it later on. But can I just ask one more favour of you? I mean, you know, I'm good for the money.
Look, what do you want to drink? And we can talk about this later.
We kind of need a room actually.
We need a room.
And
Get some wine.
and some wine.
Some wine, okay. Like wine, I can do. Ale, I can do. And I think, actually, yes, I do think I've got a room upstairs. Yes, in the normal going rate, which is probably, I would say, what's a normal, like two gold pieces for a night or something like that.
Okay, that's fine. And I pay 2 gold pieces because I took the money, right, and it's in my backpack. I pay 2 gold pieces.
She's like, I don't know if you all are staying in there, but it is only one double bed in there, and you know it's not a big place.
I'll stay where I normally stay.
Of course, Truffle, as you're a good boy. Are you okay with the in here?
Yeah, These guys know it's okay. I'm too tired.
Of course.
I'm
Look,
sorry. I promise I won't cause trouble.
Have a drink and perk you up, and you can stay in back as you normally do. But what about your friend? He doesn't look too well.
He's hurt.
Yeah.
Have you got any food or drink? Do you know what Leors eat? Do they eat?
I don't believe that they do need to eat. I mean, if they did, where would they put it? They got no mouth to speak of.
Oh. He's hurt, and he needs a place. And I said that you would be the best place. And man, my friends said that they would buy lots of drinks to make up for it. So
don't get too many Leors coming through here. Mostly just normal human, dwarves, elves, fell, etc. Goblins. I got no problem with goblins. And as you can see, the people here are very accepting of the various races of Liodos. So I wouldn't worry about that. But here's, we're not quite used to. I don't know what to give him. I can give him a room, I can give him a bed, I can give him an ale, but I don't think he'll be able to drink it.
Yes.
I think we should take him upstairs. We can get a few drinks. We can maybe have a conversation and figure out what it is we want to do. I guess some of us can stay here.
Of course. Any food or drink for you? I can bring it up to your room for you.
Yeah.
Ooh, can I have one of those pies?
One of those pies, I should have a few pies. I've always got a few pies cooking in the oven at this time of day. And she rummages around and pulls like a key with like a big wooden like tag on it with like just a number, probably 2 painted on it. She's like, there you go, that's the key to the room. Don't lose it. I've got another one. Truffle, you should know the way. You go around the side.
I'll show them. It's
upstairs.
Fine. And
yeah.
Excellent.
What's this place like? Is it kind of rustic, grubby, or is it?
It's reasonably clean. Looks like Marcy runs a tight ship kind of thing.
Yes, she does.
It's not like a particularly large bar. Upstairs, I think it's got like 3 rooms or 4 rooms or something, which are sort of fairly modest sized. And it's fairly a warm, lively atmosphere. Not too pricey, sort of the sort of thing that most average people could afford. But you don't really see like farm workers and like grubby peasants and stuff. It's just sort of like average folk in here.
I think Lysander would still go occasionally.
So why don't we head up? I guess Marcy, could you send up also 3 ales and a bottle of wine and whatever you guys want?
She's like getting out the cups and plates and things as you say it, so she's ready. She's like, 3 ales, pies, yeah.
I'll take a wine, finest wine you have.
Right, and for you, Phil, and she's pointing at Jenkins. He looks at Lysander.
Oh, Jenkins, you gotta have a pie.
May I?
Jenkins, my man, you deserve it. Anything you want.
Thank you, boss. Very kind. So, make that another ale, another pie, and yeah. So, she takes your order.
You should get... What, Marcy, can you throw in one of those PSBs? They're pumpkin spice beers. They're delicious.
Truffle, I think... I'm not quite sure, but I think you're thinking of a different tavern. It's not... We don't serve anything like that here.
It's not the season, anyway.
Pumpkins are not in season.
I think I have an idea. Has Truffle got an ale already?
Yeah, I guess she's probably like pouring them as you're
Shut
talking.
the front door, you're gonna PSB my beer.
I'm gonna, just pick up my cane and be like, pumpkin, and then kind of hit it with the edge of my cane and cast precipitation to cause it to taste like pumpkin.
Okay.
How good is it?
You tell me.
I don't know, it tastes like pumpkin.
Make believe.
It tastes like pumpkin, but it tastes kind of like, I don't know, as if you've had some kind of like, you get like that sort of really chemically fake flavour of like cherry or orange or whatever. It's like that, but for pumpkin.
Awesome. I'm still going to drink it. In that case, I'm waving the key, and I'm already tugging a sleeve, tugging at Belial's metallic arm.
It's like letting you lead him by the arm, like, okay.
Come on, let's go.
I will follow you, friend.
And I'm guiding him upstairs to room number 2.
Yes.
Room with a view.
You patter upstairs, and you find yourself in this little lobby. There's I think there's 4 doors. Each has got like a big number painted on the front of it. It's fairly simple, just sort of like wooden floors with like a rug on the landing and like a little pot with a plant in it. And there's like a couple of windows that look out over the streets. And there's one room which is a privy as well, outside, sort of like shared. So you go into, you put the key in the lock and you open up the door. Inside you find a bed, like a small wardrobe, just a side table with like a ewer of water and like a wash bowl, and that's basically all that is in there.
All right, I'll lay, start sitting Belial on the bed, just kind of rest, take a seat.
Yeah. So you bring the Leo, you put him on the bed, or what are you doing with
I
him?
am putting him on the bed.
Yeah. He sort of sits on it, and the bed sort of like bows a little bit underneath. He's like.
And then I'm just going to sit on the floor at the foot of the bed with just my eyes peeking up over the edge, fascinated looking at the...
Yeah, he's just sort of like looking all around the room like, this place is very homely. Where are we, friends?
We're in the Blushing Gnome. It's a pub. Also a bit of a hotel, kind of bed and breakfast. It's where people pay money to sleep, sometimes by the hour, but mostly for a whole night.
Yes.
And they eat food, and they entertain, and it's really nice. And the woman who owns it's lovely, and you'll all be safe and good.
I do not need to sleep, but I need to power down and recharge for a short period of time.
Oh, do you need the bed, or can you do it standing up, or?
I imagine Truffle like shifty looking around the room and counting the people in his head. Is like, yeah.
I do not need a bed. I do not need the comfort of the. He sort of like pats it, the soft material. I may sit on the floor or lie on the floor. Comfort of this nature is not important to me.
And I think I just say to him, "Okay, Or, would you mind if I call you Or until we can figure out your name and what you're doing here? I think we can't keep calling you by your race, so I'm
Or,
going to call you
yes.
now on if that's okay."
You may call me whatever you wish, friend.
Okay, Truffle. While you work on a more permanent name, let's just start with Or. I guess before you power down, is any of this familiar? Viazzo, Liodos, any of this stuff ring a bell?
Hmm. No, definitely not. I Viazzo, I do not know this name. I remember Liodos, the world, but everything is gaps. There are gaps in. I cannot remember. I am sorry, friends.
Lysander, I guess Truffle. Any objections to Or powering down and maybe taking see if you can get some thoughts back from that way?
Poor fellow looks like he's had a run of it. I don't see why not.
Truffle, any last questions?
I have so many questions.
Any last relevant questions?
No.
All right, Or I guess get some sleep.
Very well. I shall power down. However, I will not do so on the bed. I will allow you to use this to rest your organic forms.
My God, we've got our own
Sounds
BMO.
Just like plods over to the wall and just sort of like. So I guess he sits sort of just with his legs stretched out, flops down against the wall, and just his head goes on, and the glow just sort of goes out of his face and just it's like in the core of his body, just going very gently in the background. So this red glow slowly pulsing.
So
Nice fellow.
I like him.
this has been weird. I mean, let's recap. And I pull out this axe. We fought an ex-Velimar soldier who turned into a ball of lightning towards the end, powered by a strange crystal in the cave.
I suppose that was a bit strange.
I hold up a backpack. We have a backpack with a strange item in it, possibly magical in nature, and I kind of just upend the backpack onto the bed.
Catch it.
Truffle, you've got the seals from the Dusttail traders.
The patches, yeah.
The patches. We fought an incredible amount of things. We've got 85 gold now. And I think I just wanted to take stock of everything we've done. This is insane. Like, just how much.
Leaving town is awesome.
Yeah,
And you were amazing, Truffle. You were amazing. Like, it was so cool what you could do.
Is this what you've been doing? You didn't tell me any of these stories when you came out. But I didn't realize the world was this crazy.
Unfortunately, kind of my version of events weren't so nice. I guess it wasn't quite the adventure we had today. It was more fighting other people's battles, which is never a fun thing to do.
Why didn't you fight your own battles? Why do you need to fight someone else's?
Yeah.
Dog.
Truth bomb.
I guess I was always looking for something. And
Don't try and be deep.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Money. It's pretty hard. I guess you
Yeah.
don't get money to survive, to look after yourself. But I also needed the training as well. I was trying to discover more about myself. I thought the way to do that was through fights, and it wasn't.
So, elephant in the room. What do we do with my new friend? Our new friend.
Well, I guess we've got to name him.
Garland.
Garland works for me. And I guess what we need to do is probably heal him up a little bit, or hope he gets better over the course of the night. I guess maybe see what he's doing.
It looks like Truffle pumped enough magic into him to resuscitate a small barge. I don't think the issue is. I don't think the issue is so mundane. I think he potentially has some other magical memory loss, or I'm not sure how Lior function. Perhaps there's some long-term damage has been done. maybe there's another Lure around where we could possibly ask some questions.
I don't want Akane to make a roll. I can't quite think. What would be your skill for making things? I guess it would be survival, right?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, I guess.
I gain advantage on checks that involve inspecting a man-made construction device or similar. But it's probably not man-made.
Roll a regular survival, because this is not something you would certainly know much about.
Oof.
26.
Okay. Akane has, in her past, she's done various kinds of works, and she's a craftswoman at heart, and she's worked on all sorts of materials, and she has had the chance to try and inspect or learn stuff about Layor, like what they're made of and how they work. But it is as much a mystery to her as it is to many others, and I think that is sort of like a general thing about the Layor, is that no one really seems to know how they came to be, like what technology created them. And so like powerful wizards have been known to magically repair them, but it's more like a brute force thing. They don't really know what they're doing. They're just kind of like filling them with repairing magic and hoping it works, sort of thing. So it's no one really quite knows how to fix them when they start to break.
I relay this back to Lysander, just to the question you just asked me. So I'm not really sure. I think you're right. Maybe we can try and find another Layor. But I don't really know what to do apart from give it the night and just see if anything different changes. Maybe it can access his memory constructs or something like that. I don't know. Failing that, we can have Truffle pump some more kind of healing magic into him, but it's not sustainable.
Well, let's rest on it and maybe reconvene here in the morning.
Yeah, I guess before everyone goes, are we done with the cave? Do we feel that that's concluded?
Yes, why not?
Truffle?
I don't want to go back there.
Okay, I guess we'll leave it and head back to. So we'll meet back here in the morning. Have a few drinks, have a few pies. Meet back here in the morning and head to Dahlia's?
Yeah, I guess at some point during this whole conflab, Marcy would have come up and banged on the door and brought in your food and drink and stuff.
It's just this axe on the bed, kind of this giant kind of mechanical construct.
Yeah,
in the corner.
she her eyebrows raise and she's kind of like, oh,
we're all just sat around.
Not ask any questions. Just take this. I've got to head back to the bar and look after things. You just don't.
What kind of pie are we talking here?
It's exactly what it looks like.
It would be something like a rabbit pie.
Ooh, a little
like
gaming
some
action. Nice.
Chunky like carrots or turnips or something in it.
Delicious.
I guess before everyone goes, what do you make of the contents of
A pie.
Balien's backpack? And I kind of, at this point, I hold up this kind of the key code thing I had, and the rest of the contents are upturned on the bed.
Can I reach
Yeah.
out and do you mind if I?
Yeah, please, just pass it over.
Yeah.
And it's a stone tablet.
Yeah. So it's like, I guess maybe the best way to think of it is like hotel keys. So you get some fancy ones that you sort of like slip in like that. It's kind of like that sort of shape and size, and it's got like looks like circuitry like diagrams on it, like carved grooves into it. So yeah, and it's sort of like it's made of stone, like polished stone.
I guess I just turn it. So it's only like yay big ish.
Yeah, it's pretty relatively small.
I'll turn it over and really examine it.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from its otherwise mundanity, is there any inkling that it's magical? Without using identify.
If you want to know it's magical, I would say do an Arcana check on that one.
Yes, turn off guidance. 4.
Okay, yeah, you kind of you sort of rub your hands along it. You try and look like concentrate on it, but you can't. It just to you, it just seems like there's no reason to think it's anything other than just like a stone tablet of some sort.
I use precipitation to create a small shower of sparks in hoping that maybe the energy will do something for it. I'm basically putting 2 and 2 together in my head. Its location, the crystal, something. So I'm just experimenting. So I just kind of hold it.
So you watch as Lysander showers this thing with sparks. They just sort of like skitter across the surface and nothing happens.
Interesting.
While he's I was going to say, while you're doing that, I guess I kind of begged, I looked to Truffle and we start searching through the stuff on the bed, in the backpack. Now that it's all kind of we're in the light and it's on the bed, on the white sheets.
Oh yeah, you just find like maybe a couple of rations, like a scattering of some coins. Let's just roll for it. Let's say 7 gold and 2 silver pieces, and just like little bits of cloth and like maybe some bandages, like a mess kit, that sort of thing. Just really basic items.
So that's the only item of note, right?
Yeah, in this backpack that's the only thing.
Okay.
The rest of it is just like basic living and bits and a bit of money, basically.
Feel like this something with crystals. I don't know.
And I kind of put my hand back out and I can I take it, Lysander? I just want to take a look at it. I'll give it back to you. You can look after it. You can be the custodian of the strange thing. And I look at it. Is it using my craftsman's eye? Is it man-made?
I think yes, you could definitely tell that it was some like crafted item. It's not just like a naturally occurring thing.
I'm waiting for the Liodos to have like a floppy disk drive slot in the front of it. It's like sweet upgrades.
Yeah.
Gundam.
And I'm like,
do any of you know what this is? What have you ever seen anything like this?
DM, I take it I'm just as clueless as Lysander.
You can. I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to see if you know anything about it?
Yeah, I'm trying to discern what it actually is. Yeah, I am. I'm basically trying to discern what it is. Do I recognise?
Roll a history check.
The markings.
Ooh.
Anyone who's proficient in it can roll a history check.
I'm not proficient
in history. No,
I am proficient in history.
I'm not proficient in history, but I rolled an 18.
That's a sweet roll though. That's an 18.
If I'm not proficient.
Yes, I think that you would just like that would be outside of your scope of even the best rolls of knowing of things.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Sander?
I don't want to spam roll, but if you will allow me to roll history.
I'm just thinking that you're all looking at this thing and thinking, oh, what is this? And anyone who is proficient will be thinking of stuff they know.
Okay. Well, I will.
Outside of the boundaries of normal proficiency.
13 for history.
Okay. I think that is not enough for you to know anything about what this is.
Okay. Why don't we call it a night? I don't think any of us know what this actually is. I've got an axe on our bed, and I start packing away the rest of the junk into the bag, and I just throw it in the corner. We've got Lael conked out on the in the corner.
On the floor.
Truffle's made a new friend.
Pretty good haul, actually.
Yeah.
Found a person, an axe, and a thing.
Yep.
And some money.
A person is worth way more than a special +1 item. Go look out.
Akane, do you mind if I just... I might want to just have a play tonight, see if I can...
Yeah, and I'm playing with him a little bit. I don't really care about this thing, but yeah, I'll just let it go.
Shall I go? Nope. Nope.
Yeah, if it doesn't, if it's not man-made in a way which is kind of like tinkery and technical, and I'm not too bothered. I'm just like, yeah.
It's man-made in a way that you don't know what the hell this is, basically. Outside of you're like, this is man-made, but I have no idea how it was made.
It
or
turns out to be very inhuman made.
What,
no!
What the hell this thing would be used for? It's a thing that I found. And it's weird.
I'm curious, but yeah, knock yourself out, Lysander. Run some tests.
Run some tests. Take it to the lab.
Slip it into one of my pouches.
Don't knock yourself out, boss.
What, sorry, Jenkins?
Jenkins.
Just said, knock yourself out. I don't think you should do that, boss.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, don't do it.
Of course.
So,
yes.
So I guess, kind of, before we go, is it maybe worth talking about what you experienced after touching the crystal, Lysander?
Well, there was not much really to say. It was lots of black and hard to remember. I touched it. It hurt. I remember hitting the wall. And then black. And I thought Jenkins was there, but he wasn't. It was Truffle. No, I'm afraid not. Not attuned to it, or not as special as you, Akane. Maybe you have a connection with the crystal.
Strange. That wouldn't make any sense. I don't know why. And I don't know whether or not it would show me what already exists, or if it was doing what it did to Balien and kind of driving him mad.
Maybe it's... Maybe. I wouldn't go and touch it again.
Yes, maybe you should go back and lick it.
So Shane Truffle
knows what I'm picking up, what I'm putting down.
So Shane Truffle didn't take it, actually. Although I wonder about...
Why?
Well,
am I a god?
No. Well, don't go licking the crystals. I'm just thinking, actually, it'd be interesting to have another perspective on this. If we're saying kind of, I saw something, Balien was obviously hearing things, Lysander didn't see anything. It'd be interesting to, I don't know, get your view on it.
Jenkins in it.
We could get Jenkins to touch it, but I'm curious, actually. Like, it did a lot of damage to us. Yeah. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if there's a connection actually between those crystals and the Liodos. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm just tired. I think I've got lots of ideas swirling around my head, and I think I just need to sleep.
Okay, night. And I walk out.
I'm like, night, Truffle.
So Truffle heads back to his usual sleeping spot, I guess.
Little nook.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. And what are you two doing?
I'm gonna start taking off my armor, running kind of. But as you're taking it off, just like kind of cleaning the blood off my hands. Kind of. I've got this. I imagine. Is there like a sink in the room, like a bowl of to wash?
Yeah, there is a wash bowl and a liter of water, like single.
Beautiful. I imagine kind of Witcher style, and the kind of candles are there, and I'm just having a conversation with Lysander.
In a bar.
I'm just like. Yeah, and I'm just like, it's been a crazy day, and I'm kind of just drinking. I'm getting drunker as well. I'm like,
so crazy.
Crazy day.
Oh God, where's this going?
Let's make it crazier.
Well, I'm just like, I'm worried about Orin. What do you reckon happened to
her? Who knows? Maybe she found her calling. Maybe she realized that. The adventuring life wasn't for her. A cave full of goblins and hobgoblins and bugbears wearing glasses and reading. Most unusual. And for a girl like her, must have been terrifying.
It doesn't quite stack up. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. And I kind of walk over to you. I think I just like I put my hand on your shoulder and I'm like, you know what, Lysander? You're actually alright. And you can kind of start to smell the booze on my breath now.
I appreciate that, Takane. I think it's time for Jenkins and I to retire, and I think you should do as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I sit down on the bed and I kind of just like start to lie back. And I think kind of no, on the bed, on the bed. Yeah, you imagine like on the bed, and I think before you even leave the room, I'm asleep.
Nice. And Lysander leaves and retreats to
I hear
his
snoring. Yeah, I'll
his
turn around.
accommodations.
I give a little sinister look at your snoring body.
Nice.
Before I go back to my accommodations, I will pull Jenkins to one side. Tell him,
Yes, boss.
Jenkins, I just wanted to.
Did I do good, boss? In a cave.
Yes, you did remarkably well, Jenkins. I really appreciate it.
It was scary in there. Don't know how you guys do it.
It was indeed. I very much appreciate you keeping them out of my affairs. I'm a very private man, Jenkins. You know that. I don't want people coming in and disturbing me and who knows what.
I understand, boss. Yeah.
You've always been very respectful of me, Jenkins.
I very respect you greatly, boss. Yes, boss.
How much did we agree was the?
Oh yes. Yeah, it was. He tells you how much. You agree.
I give him that, and then I give him Jenkins. I want you to take the night, take tomorrow, and do whatever you need to do. And I give him a little purse of like 5 gold.
He kind of raises his eyebrows and, like, completely surprised. He's like, "Boss, what should I do?"
Keep it or spend it. It's entirely up to you. It's just a little bonus for looking after me and.
Wow, well, that's very kind of you, boss. But
making sure that no one asks questions and no one's snooping around.
No one. He sort of nods like, "Gotcha, boss. So, all day tomorrow, and then when and where should I meet you? Back at the apartment?"
Yes. That's absolutely fine.
Right.
Enjoy yourself, Jake.
He sort of bows like awkwardly, like, "Thank you, boss. Yeah, I'll see you soon." Sort of awkwardly shuffles out.
And on the way out, I go via the bar, and I'm like, the tab.
She frowns at you, and you click your fingers like, "Don't do that in here. I know you think you're a noble laddie, but yeah, the tab. You're paying. You're settling up."
Yeah, pop a gold on. That cover it?
Yeah, that covers it. Yeah.
That's for her upstairs as well, yes?
You're clearing her tab as well.
If that'll cover it.
Okay. She pulls out like an old scrap of parchment. She's like, yeah. Okay, she is clear. I'll let her know when I see her.
No, just you've written it off out of the kindness of your heart.
Ah, I see. Well, I think I understand. Yep, that's no problem. She tears up the tab, throws it in the bin.
He's not evil, he's just misunderstood.
Oh my god, he's a nice man.
Okay, and
Awesome.
let's wander off into the night.
Awesome. Okay, so I think that's a good point. We'll take a little breaky poos.
Oh, he's Fagin out of Oliver Twist, isn't he? He does a little click of the heels.
Or is he?
Okay, right. See you back in 5-ish minutes. Returning.
Cool.
Transition.
Yes.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
We're back. And the party have just had a long rest in their various locations. Akane in the inn at the Blushing Gnome, Lysander in his accommodation, which he's rented out, and Truffle in the back room, the Blushing Gnome also. The evening passes, the night passes without any further event. And you'll wake up in the morning, nice, warm, late summer's morning in the town of Biazzo.
Beautiful.
You didn't state any place that you were going to meet up, so I'll let you guys say what you're going to do next. Oh, by the way, Lysander, when you got back to your apartments, there was a note or a letter waiting for you. It basically said, if you need me, you can find me through Mizrin, who was the woman who runs the coffee shop, and it's signed Bernhardin.
Ah. Okay.
That's good to know.
Yeah, I think Lysander will wander over back to the Blushing Gnome at some point in the morning.
I am in the kitchen helping out as per, peeling up some potatoes.
Yeah, there's probably some potatoes and other various things to chop and sweeping and
Making some hash browns.
Yeah, just general cleaning and
With truffle oil.
Cleaning up from the night before, getting stuff ready for the lunchtime and that sort of thing. Truffle's also happy to help with that, I assume.
Truffle estampidos.
Nice.
Huevos truffles.
So what's Akane doing?
I think she's woken up. She meditated for about 10 minutes.
When you wake up, Akane, or what do you call him, Garland?
Yeah, Garland.
Garland is
Garland.
up, and he's just standing up in the room, just still. And when you wake up, he's like, "Good morning, friend."
I burst out the other side of the bed, and it's kind of I get the duvet, and I flip it up, and I'm just like, "No, Garland!"
He's like, he puts his arm out like, "Do not be alarmed, friend. I apologize."
And I'm kind of in this underwear, but it's kind of like strapped across the top, like kind of it's almost like this bandage material, and kind of these big, these baggy kind of like white under trousers.
Ooh,
and
nice,
I kind of
nice bloomers.
Oh, some nice bloomers. And I kind of just my hair's all over the place. And I kind of jump onto the bed actually, and I just kind of look at him and inspect him. I'm like, "How are you feeling?"
He just sort of cocks his head and looks back at you like, "I am feeling. My memory is still damaged, however, thanks to Mr. Truffle's ministrations, I am feeling healthy, I guess is the term that you organic people would use."
Wow, well, you're talking. Come on, let's go downstairs. And I run downstairs. Is it like a cafe? Is it busy down here, or?
It's closed, and Marcy and Truffle are currently cleaning and preparing food and sort of sweeping up and that sort of thing.
Perfect. And so I just come downstairs, and I look for Truffle. I'm like, "Truffle, Garland's awake."
Does he want some of my famous truffled eggs too?
I don't know. He's speaking now. Why don't you ask him?
Yeah, he plods down the stairs up, sort of bends the stoops under the archway, sort of comes into the main room. His footfalls are quite heavy. He's not trying to be stealthy or anything. He's like, poof, 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 poof. He's like,
Garland! And then I drop
good morning,
the spud,
friend.
and I run round and give his leg a big hug.
He's like, good morning, Master Truffle. He sort of pats you, awkwardly pats you on the head, like, brr, brr. It is a pleasure to see you again.
You're alive! Do you want to eat anything? Do you want egg? Do you eat? You don't eat. Do you eat? Do you eat? Do you want to eat?
I do not need sustenance, but I will be happy to join you for a breakfast, I believe they call it.
Yeah, we've got loads to talk about.
Yeah.
What's it smell like in the air? Does it smell good?
It smells like like musty,
I'm gonna go back and
drying
keep making
beer,
more truffled eggs.
mixed with like the residual smells of the pastry and the pie from last night, that sort of thing. And as you guys are all having this conversation, Marcy like finishes what she's doing. She's like, Akane, a word? You just joined me over here, and she like moves over to one of the side booths that you were sat in before.
I join her. But I think as I sit down, I'm kind of start to become more and more aware. Actually, I had a great night's sleep, by the way. I don't say this to her, but kind of it was quite a tough day yesterday. I become more and more aware that I'm in my undergear. Now it's not particularly kind of feminine or anything like that, but I'm kind of like sat there like, so yeah. What do you want to talk about? And look, the tab. I will get it paid off. I've got the money now. I'll pay you.
She's like, don't worry about it. Like, it's not a problem, honestly.
Well, no. Like, I've cost you money. Let me pay
if
that
you're
back.
short of money, we'll sort it out later. But I need to tell you something. Okay, I had. She peers over and sees if Truffle's looking.
I don't think he is. I'm not sure. Truffle. I don't call him out. I'm like.
Okay, so
No,
yeah,
Truffle is currently chopping potatoes and eggs, making some sweet food.
And while you're doing that, Garland's just like standing over you, like looking down curiously, like, "What are you doing?" sort of thing. So Marcy like sort of leans in close, and she's like, "I had a visitor whilst you all were either gone or asleep. The redhead girl, you remember?
Oh my god, Orin.
She gave me a message for you specifically, actually. She said that she's sorry, and she feels like she understands you, and you both had a bit of an understanding, but it's for that reason that she thinks you would understand why she felt she had to go. She wanted to go her own way, and she feels like unless she keeps moving, she won't be safe, and she doesn't want to bring that trouble onto you folk. And she says, please don't come after her."
And I'm just like, silly girl.
Takes all sorts, I know, but just delivering the message.
She's too young to be dealing with that kind of pressure. Look, Marcy, I really appreciate you telling me this.
Of course.
I just need to process it, I think.
I'll get back to my work. If there's anything you need, I'll be just out here. She goes back and starts sweeping and stuff.
Yeah, I think I just get up slowly. I'm still processing the information. I'm finding it quite tough to deal with, actually. Thinking that Orin could be in trouble.
Who do we lose?
Chris.
Okay.
Camera's gonna go crazy.
Well,
There he is.
Been super janky today.
okay. Should
How
be
odd.
back in a second. There we go. Okay.
So yeah, I'm feeling pretty sad for her. But kind of, if that's a decision she's made, I guess I internalise it and I just got to process it. At this point, I kind of head back upstairs to get changed, put my armour on.
Okay, cool. So Akane heads back up, and Truffle continues helping prepare for the day.
Sorry, did Akane even touch my eggs?
Were they on the table?
I made truffled eggs for multiple people, and if they're going to waste, I'll be furious.
Did you put them down before I left the booth?
You had your little conversation with Orin about Orin, and then I assumed that Garland was sat down at another table, and I started putting them on the table with Garland.
He was standing with you whilst you were preparing for the day.
Okay, cool. In that case, they are going cold.
Okay, so I kind of saw you bring them out, and I come down in half my armor, bottom half only, with a kind of an undervest.
I'll just run up and give you a plate as you go upstairs.
Okay, beautiful. So I put on my full set of armor then, whilst eating eggs simultaneously.
The secret is paprika.
And do you know what? When I'm eating these as well,
Where are you getting all this stuff from? It's not your tavern.
It's a secret spice rack.
This campaign's just going to turn into truffles.
Okay,
Truffle.
right.
Kitchen.
What's that? What are we doing next? Who's
I'm
doing stuff?
putting all my armor on and I'm eating eggs upstairs.
Cool. Lysander?
Lysander is going to saunter over. Today he will be wearing his
Today.
Fashion show. We've gone from cooking to fashion.
purple silk and black nobleman's clothes with a big ruffled collar.
Queer eye for the D&D guy.
Exactly right. He's not so much an Anthony today. He's more of a Jonathan.
Bravo.
I'm an Anthony today. I'm in the kitchen cooking up a storm.
Actually, do you know what? He's not even a Jonathan. Jonathan is far too masculine. He looks particularly effete today.
Okay.
Borderline androgynous.
Right.
Interesting. I'm into it.
The 5 o'clock, the permanent 5 o'clock shadow is gone. Beautifully smooth skin.
You're a straight up K-pop.
Straight up K-pop, bitch.
Nice.
And you've got a plate of truffled eggs in front of you as you sit down.
He's not there. Stop making
I
truffle
thought you
eggs
said
out
he
of
wandered
nowhere.
in. I thought you said he wandered in.
Apparating eggs everywhere.
Eggs for you. Eggs for you. Like,
Skull
overnight
slot.
eggs.
Yeah. Levitate.
Marcy's like, you're gonna have to pay for those eggs. I didn't have any eggs in stock, but you're gonna have to pay for them.
I see whoever's nearby, probably just a pile of eggs, and I wander over to it.
Okay. You're walking,
thank goodness you came
walking to the Blushing Gnome, which
I
is
walk into the Blushing Gnome.
it's currently closed. You knock on the door and they let you in. Okay. So
Right, okay, right.
Convenient.
it's the morning and it's a pub. Yes, they let you in, and you see Marcy probably comes and opens the door and says, "Oh, it's you. Yeah, come in, and your friends are helping me out over here." And you see Truffles like doing something in the back room, like cleaning some plates or something, and he's like handing stuff to Garland, who's just sort of like holding it awkwardly, like, "What do I do with
I
these
love
things?"
Garland so much. Take it to the table.
He's like,
Service!
he's like got a potato. He's looking at it like,
Oh, you eat those. You just push it into your face hole, but you don't have one, so don't worry about it.
Like, I'm coming down. I think I come down the stairs at this point, and I'm just putting my kind of gauntlets on, and I'm like, "Hey, Lysander, Garland speaking." And I kind of just walk over to the table and kind of sit down and start tucking into eggs, more eggs.
Ew, eggs. How wonderful.
Well, they're eggs and potatoes with a little bit of onion, a little bit of paprika. They're all mashed up together. Really good.
Oh,
the first thing you take action on, and it's stuff you don't have control over. Okay, so you're all having breakfast.
yes.
What's this guessing? We go meet Dahlia.
What
huh?
do you do now? You've had your breakfast.
Dahlia.
I received a missive, a letter
Missive.
through my door.
That's
It's
a good
Bird
word.
Harden.
Fuck Bernharden.
Shit.
No, no, I'm
Fuck
not.
it.
Is he not the one providing us with the seals?
No, we've got to get
Yes.
back to Dahlia. Oh well,
Oh, no,
I guess.
Bernhard's right. So Dahlia's Bernharden. Does he? How did he know we were back?
I don't think he does. He just, if we need to find him, and I show them.
Ah. So how do we feel about? Let's go find Dahlia. Tell her what we've done, and then go find Bernharden and get the seals, and then you and I, Lysander, can meet Princess Beatrix.
Well, hang on a
We
sec.
decided.
I'm kind of feeling like I should be part of this now.
Okay.
And I kind of sensing the awkwardness in the room. And I was like, I'll just leave that one for the time being. I guess Garland. We are calling you Garland now. Truffle's idea. Are you okay with that, or do you remember your name?
I do not remember my name. Garland is perfectly acceptable, if that is what you wish to call me. I am happy
Yeah.
for that to be my name.
Okay. Well, I mean, I shouldn't need much longer. I just need to use the privy quickly before we go. And then
Humans do it. It's a thing where you put in food and drink, and it comes out the other end.
Okay. Is there anything you wish for me to do, friends? Would you like me
Join
to
us.
accompany
Come with
you?
us.
Oh, I would be happy to do so. I am not sure what I would be doing otherwise.
Maybe it'll jog your memory.
He looks confused for a minute. Yes, I will accompany you.
Let's just try and keep the toilet nurse here and not when we go towards the princess. Yes?
Lysander, this isn't the first time I met royalty. That's another story. That's a story for another day.
It's the first time I have. Okay, no toilet stuff. I wouldn't anyway, but okay.
Let's go.
We go towards the Dusk Trail Traders.
Okay, yeah, you head over, and it is, the door is open, and it's normal trading. You can see a few people like coming in and out occasionally. You can see a couple of people are currently in there. The counter talking to Dahlia, and she's like showing them some like piece of armor or something. Around the side, you've got another wagon, different one from before, just being currently loaded up with something or other. Some of the other workers from the Dutch traders are just like helping out the wagon master. So you guys just head into the shop.
Yeah, but first I just pull on Akane's sleeve, and I say, Akane.
Yeah, what's up, Chuff?
So, I know this is a good thing that we've completed our mission, but I've never told anyone bad news before, and I don't know whether I'm ready to tell Dahlia that 3 of her men or friends, I don't know, their relationship have died. Do you think you or Lysander could give her these and explain? I'm not ready for it yet. And I hand over the 3 Dust Trail Raider patches that we picked off the uniforms, and hand them over to her. Adventure's one thing, but it's hard to tell people things that are hard to say.
And I look down, I just see his little green hand putting this like kind of gauntlet in his hand. I was like, of course, Truffle. But with bad news, you've always got to remember, it's like taking off a bandage. You've just got to rip it off. People don't want to be misled. So I'm happy to do it. Kind of Lysander.
Yes, I think she might react better to your candor.
So I approached Dahlia. Is she fairly obvious?
Yeah. She just finishes, like, she sells this piece of armor. She takes the money from these 2 people, and they're like, thank you. And she's like, yeah, thank you, come again. And they sort of wave and sort of like nod to you as they walk past, just like a couple of human folk, and they just walk out the shop with their purchase. She's like, oh, hey, it's you folks again. I was kind of worried you'd met the same fate as the others. She's there. She's like got this pixie cut and the big elven ears, and like she's wearing this sort of baggy Dusk Trader like tunic over the top, and just sort of like big boots and little leggings. Just standing behind the counter. She's like, so have you got news for me?
Yeah, we have, and I kind of make it obvious it's not good news. I'm saying it's not good news, Dahlia. We found kind of 2 humans and a kind of half elf, and I kind of hold out the patches in front of me for her.
I was worried this might be the case, but I suppose given the time that's passed, it was something bad must have happened. So she takes you hand over the patches, yeah?
Yeah, hand over the patches.
So she sort of takes a moment to look them over, and she's like, yes, these are definitely yeah, these are definitely ours. Sort of shows you the patch on her arm. It's like, you can see the same thing. So puts them down on the table. So you found these. Can you tell me about the circumstances that you found them and so on?
Yeah. So you asked us to look into the crystals. We found the source of the energy, I think, down there, which essentially is this kind of wall where these crystals are bursting out of it.
Okay.
One of the half elves, I think the half elf had a journal on him, which should give you a bit of insight into the nature of the crystals.
Okay.
I think Truffle's become quite attached to it. So
do you have the journal? Could I take that?
I hand it over.
Thank you very much. Yes, sure. Quickly just flicks through it like, yes, that. I see. Yes, that looks like it does belong to him. Yes.
Dahlia, I guess, were you close? to the party?
These, if I'm perfectly honest, I only just met them.
In that case, we can I can drop the act.
I mean, I don't want to seem callous, but I didn't know these people at all. Obviously, it is sad that.
No, but I didn't know these people either, and I didn't know that you didn't know these people. And I know it's sad. It's definitely sad. We've got to.
Believe me, it's sad. And her demeanor suddenly changes, and she's like, "Think of the report I'm going to have to fill out." And send
paperwork. Am I right?
They came here on, I sent them on my watch, and they died. Oh, how I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle. Oh my goodness.
So they got themselves in over their heads, I guess. Like we fought some things that I'd never seen before. Before we went though, you mentioned 4 members. We only found 3 bodies.
Yes, there should have been a 4th. There was a half-elf and 2 humans, and there was also a dwarf, I believe. Yes. You said you only found 3 bodies.
Maybe the Chiwa got it. There was this big creature. It's called a Chiwa.
A Chiwa.
And it came in. It's called a Chiwa.
Sorry, what's he talking about? Is it Chiwa?
Chiwa is a Danish desert night creature, which is nocturnal and apparently very indigenous to the caves around the area.
What does it look like? What is this creature?
Lots of legs.
Yes.
Kind of like a naked lobster.
Oh, okay, right.
It's huge. It's through this big lizard. A Chiwa.
You just made that name up, didn't you? That's not what that is.
What's it called?
Where I'm from, it's called a Chiwa.
Well, they're from here, and they're called Ravizects, I'm afraid.
They're from here?
Yes.
They are a bit of a scourge on the Antilaran Plateau, and they're one of the main reasons why no one really likes to spend too much time out there. Sort of strange insectoid creatures that, I don't know, somehow they manage to subsist when there's not much organic life out there. But there you go. It makes it a dangerous place, but you guys made it out okay. I assume you saw one.
Ravizect.
That's right. It's called a Ravizect.
Wow.
Just these boys. I guess. Let's talk about that then, fellas, because we've missed one.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is proof that the expedition failed, and as enough for me to say they failed, they're dead, and I can write the report and get to work on that, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. But obviously, I'm worried about the 4th person. You found a half elf, and who were the other 2?
Together, they were smashed against the wall.
Who were they? Were they human, dwarf?
They were both humans.
Okay, so the dwarf fellow could be out there somewhere, but where would we look? I mean, you've already gone far enough. I wouldn't ask you to track him down.
I mean, there was a tower on the way. I guess what we're interested in is that audience of Beatrix the First.
Right. Yes. Okay. Bernhardin mentioned, yes.
So we could do a kind of a soft agreement that actually, if we're near the tower or we are near back the cave, we can maybe put back in. We've got some allies in there now. If you're happy to call this quest complete.
As far as I'm concerned, the task is complete, and I will pass on words to Bernhardin that yes, if that's the agreement, he can give you the seal, and you can proceed. Of course, I'm not really happy with how this turned out, but we have to make the best of the situation that we've been given.
Okay, well, like I said, if we're near the area and we find ourselves that way, we'll bear this in mind and we'll follow a few leads. But we explored probably about, I don't know, quite a lot of the cave, and we couldn't find him, and we encountered some pretty mean stuff in there.
It's known to be a dangerous place. I'm surprised that you took on the task with so little persuasion, quite frankly.
Well, I mean, it's quite a big reward, I guess. I guess 2 questions from me.
True. Very true.
The name Balien. Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard of the name Balien. Rings a bell, maybe bandied around. I think a soldier might have heard of him. One of the soldiers who hangs around here, but I haven't heard that name in a while, actually. Yeah.
Okay, we'll follow up. And I guess the second question: who else has got a seal at the moment? Who are we competing against? Have you heard?
Well, who's already received a seal, or who's holding the seals to disperse?
Well, I guess both. Do you know how many seals are out there, and who's? Do you know if any?
I know of. There's the one that Bernhard and I have been sort of working together with. There was, I believe, Sparrow at the temple. She had one. I'm not quite sure what she was looking for, but she had been given one, so must have some kind of task. And there was a couple of others, but I'm not quite sure who has them. Yeah, there's at least 4 or 5, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know that anyone else has received one for doing a task yet, but
Thanks, Dart.
Honestly, haven't. I confess, I haven't been keeping track of it. Yes, very busy with the shop here.
And I guess just before we go, we kind of used a couple of rations when we were down there. You'll be able to
She's
throw
like,
it.
don't look. Honestly, don't even mention it. And she goes and pulls out a bag, and
Free stuff.
starts like just filling it with some rations. And is there anything else that you need for the road? Water skins or any other supplies?
Bag of pearl.
Pearl? I don't have any. I'm afraid I don't think we have any bags of pearls.
I look at Truffle and then I walk over to her and just, can I tell you something in private?
If you're going to tell me something, you can tell me right here in the open.
Well,
And I grab Truffle. I'm like, come on, Truffle, let's go outside.
and I lean in. So
Garland's still standing there, like.
I lean in so
I
Truffle
love
can't
Garland
hear.
so much.
Would you be able to arrange a little ride on one of those large lizards for my little friend?
The Reikos.
Yes, he was very enamoured. I think it would be quite fun for him. He's had a bit of a tough couple of days.
You know, they're not really for riding. They're back structures, but I mean, I suppose he is
There must
quite
be something you
small. Look, leave it with me. I will speak to the wagon drivers, and come back this afternoon. I'll see if I can bring him, and we'll try and get him a little ride. Don't tell anyone that there's this thing that we do.
Of course not.
And she's whispering, obviously, so the others can't hear.
And I think that's everything then.
She's like gives Lysander a little knowing smirk. I'm like, okay, that's the kind of guy that you are.
Truffle?
Yeah.
Can't he?
Yes.
So where you say you know where Bernharden is, right?
I can get in contact with him. Yes. I just have to talk to the lady who owns my apartment.
So before we do this, I'm a bit embarrassed actually. Do I need to get new clothes? I've never met a royal before, and I feel like
Yes, you do.
we do.
Akane, you as well need new clothes.
My armor is very regal.
I thought that was the sound of his armor being moved. Oil can.
Garland's like, friends, do I need clothing? Should I be wearing clothing?
Don't worry about it, Garland.
I think it's acceptable.
We'll get you some. You'll look great. We'll get you a hat.
A
I
hat.
think
Yes.
it'd be quite fetching in a hat. Yes, good idea, Truffle. I'm not sure armor is appropriate, Kane. I know you've met royalty before, but
Hey, Lysander, I don't like what I don't like what you're implying. I have met royalty before, and secondly, Beatrice the First was in a suit of armor anyway. There's obviously something to do with combat and violence.
Yeah, but hers was like made of like platinum and gold, and it was gilded. Yours just looks like, I don't know, pots and pans.
I mean, it's a pretty solid.
Actually,
piece.
sorry, retcon. I'm taking that back. I just completely remember that you're a proper armor master.
I'm an armor master.
Yeah.
Like,
Sorry,
it's a pretty,
my bad.
it's a pretty badass pots and
I
pans.
take that completely back. Sorry.
And I was just like, yeah, no, I mean, hers is a great set, as is mine. But
She
look, I
does
guess
have a great set on her.
she does have a great set. I mean, let's talk about that though. Kind of when we're actually, we don't even know where she is. We don't know where we get the kind of audience. I guess let's go speak to Bernhard and figure out whether he's happy for us to take the seal off his hands, and then we'll figure out from there where Beatrice the First and her party are, and seek an audience.
Okay.
Dahlia, do we need anything from you to say that we've passed your task, or is this something you will do? Or
She's no. I will. I'll send a messenger out, and I will get in touch with Bernhard, and he'll know within the half hour. And
I'm so sorry
my
about
official word.
for your loss.
Honestly, look, don't worry about it. Just it's all business. Obviously, it's sad, but these things happen. And
Oh man, she's fucking cutthroat.
yes, she is. She is all about business.
Oh yeah.
But she gives you this bag with like let's say 10 rations in it. She's like,
Oh,
there
dope.
you go, and yeah.
Okay. So where do we go?
Yeah. So what's your plan? What do you want to do? If you want to meet Bernhardin, or we can say that you head over to the cafe and you ask for him. You wait a little bit and he turns up, sort of thing. Or you can do something else in the meantime if you like.
So personally, I will want to get clothes later if there's a gap between. If we have to go straight from there, I don't want to be in front of a queen in just my attire. So
I think I'd
makeover.
Yes, Queen. Who gave you permission?
Give myself permission.
Focus.
That's what I would like to do. Is
Okay.
to get done up to meet royalty.
Okay. So look, why don't we meet Bernharden? I don't think he'll take us immediately to Beatrice, and we can kind of ask for a little bit of time. So I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Why not head to the cafe, and you guys go shopping for new gear.
I like that idea. What do you think?
Okay,
Truffle?
split the party. Let's go.
So I head to the cafe. I guess, do I find my way there easily? Kind of
Yeah,
from the
it's
directions?
a well-known place. Like it's anyone who's been to town will probably know where it is, sort of thing. And it's like a big kind of bizarre kind of cafe with like the sort of cloth awnings and sort of like it's sort of like haphazard, and it's sort of like it's been slowly expanded over time from a small little stall, and like all these various tables and stools around, and in the corner right at the back is this Yazari woman, and she's like over this sort of big pan full of sand, and she's got like a like the Turkish style coffee, and she's like got it in a little pot, and she's like running it over the sand, and it boils up. She keeps doing that, and then pours it into a little clay cup, hands it to a customer. There's quite a few people here, probably like maybe half dozen, 8-9 people, something like that. And Yazari, I can't remember if you haven't encountered one before, have you? Yazari,
I know.
yeah, you would know her, but the others haven't. Yazari are they're more common Leor. But they're sort of one of the less common races around here anyway. They are kind of like they're very bestial, kind of canine. They're like werewolf type people, I guess. Is the best way to describe it. And they've got sort of like long snouts with sharp teeth. And they all wear like these masks over their eyes and sometimes covering their snout and stuff. It's like this plain sort of bone-like mask with just like these holes for their eyes. And they've kind of got like the digitigrade legs and like fur all over. So they're kind of like... yeah, and they've got like a big bushy tail as well. Like these sort of furry sort of tassels that come down the side of their head, which they usually have like jewellery and rings and things on. And yeah, Mizrin in particular, she's got loads of earrings and like a headscarf and stuff. But she's just there heating this coffee and serving customers.
Cool. So I go over to her and I just I introduce myself. I say, oh, hello there. My name is Akane. I believe we have a mutual friend, Lysander.
Yes, Lysander. Welcome, Akane.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. The name's Mizrin.
Mizrin, hey?
Don't believe I've seen you around here before.
I've passed through several times a couple of years back. I'm not sure we've met each other. I used to do some kind of side contracts, armor smithing.
Apologies if I've forgotten you. I get a lot of customers these days.
No, I used to have a lot of customers back then, but I haven't had many back here since, so I guess we wouldn't have seen each other. I look over at the coffee that she's making. Do you mind if I?
Would you like one?
I'd like to try it, yeah.
Is it a first one on the house, of course? She gets another load of coffee and a little bit of water, and she starts doing this. So it runs it in like this spiral around the sand. It balls up, and she lifts it off and lets it cool. And she does this several times. And this sort of like heady aroma, thick coffee aroma, like fills your nostrils. And there's the sound of all the people talking around you. And then she pours this into this little, like a half-size clay cup and hands it over to you. And it's like black coffee, but it's thick.
And I guess I hold it. I smell it. What does it smell like?
Strong and bitter.
Okay, and I'd take a sip, assuming it doesn't burn my mouth. And
yeah, I mean, if you've not had coffee before, you're going to be like, whoa, whew.
Yeah, I think I've had coffee before.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you'd be like, you know what you're expecting, but it's still quite strong, I think.
Okay. Woo.
Yeah, yes. I make it quite spicy here.
That is amazing. I will have to definitely remember this place. I guess could you help me with one other thing? I'll probably have another cup of coffee after this, but
of course, yes.
Could you just could you get in contact with Ben Herden and let him know that we seek an audience with him in about half an hour to an hour?
Yes, Ben Herden, of course. Yes, I will put the word out.
Thank you.
Anything else that you need from me?
Just somewhere to sit, I guess, and a place to meet him when he does arrive.
Yes, everyone likes to meet here. In fact, why don't you take one of the side rooms? It's more private. And there's like a few side, they've got all, what do you call it? Like just cloth curtains in front of them. These side rooms with just booths basically. And she says you can take one of the side rooms and.
Can I fit all my stuff in there? Is it quite?
Yeah.
Are they quite big?
Yeah, it's basically what they are private. People like to come here and have private meetings. Basically, it's like a place where people can come and meet and talk about things, which you wouldn't talk about openly in a pub. Maybe is the suggestion.
So I guess I just kind of find a corner of my giant umbrella, which now has its kind of travelling cloak back on it, and my big basket backpack. I take the axe out as well, and I just put it on the. Is there a table or some sort of service?
Yeah, it's like a long table, and you've got I guess, a long bench either side, and all around. It's four sides. It's got these draped cloth, so it's sort of like a pseudo room. But when you go inside there and you close the curtain doors again, it's like the outside is muffled, you can sort of hear people talking, but it's very, very quiet.
Awesome. Okay. Well, then I just sit back and sip my coffee. Enjoy
Awesome.
the peace and quiet.
Yeah. You get the sense that, I mean, Akane probably would put two and two together. This is like magically warded, I guess, against sound, like acoustically warded.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
after about half an hour or so, Bernhardin sort of like pokes his head in. He's like, what was his voice? Yes, it was Akane, yes?
Correct, Bernhardin. And I stand up and I just kind of greet him. And is there a traditional greeting in this part of the world?
He just has a big, like, wide smile and reaches out a hand to shake your hand.
Cool. And I clasp it.
Yeah, he gives you a good firm handshake. He's like, ha-ha, a pleasure, yes. Please, sit and I will, yes. Mizrin, please, two more. And he sort of like stoops in, sits on the opposite side to you. He just very casually sort of sits there, sort of folds his fingers in front of him. He's like, well, you summoned me here? Was there some development?
So you'll have to bear with me and wait for the rest of the party. I guess the bottom line is we completed Dahlia's task, and we can talk all about this axe, and I can just tell you about what happened.
Yes.
I guess what we're looking for, and I don't know if you've spoken to Dahlia, is the seal.
Yes, I will tell you now, yes. I just wanted to make sure from both ends. Yes, she did tell me, and well, if she is satisfied, then I am satisfied. I personally do not want to get my hands dirty with the details.
So I guess then let's not talk business. I'd love to just kind of talk about your story, where you're from, where you grew up, and maybe we can share some stories while we wait for Truffle and Lysander to arrive.
He sort of sits back. He looks very confident, and he's just like, well, you can probably tell where I'm from by my accent. And
yes, I can.
You can tell that he is from Salandria.
Ooh.
He has got a thick Salandrian accent.
Okay.
And he's like, how much more do you want to know than that, really?
I guess, what's your role in the town? And I guess, kind of, I don't know how long the guy's going to be, so I can keep asking questions. I'll be very interested to get to know Bernhardin.
He's like, well, I'm just, making friends and getting the lay of the land, keeping an ear to the ground. I've not been here too long, but nice folk here in Viazzo.
Yeah, I guess so. So, how did you come to own a seal?
Well, that's for me to know and you to find out, isn't it? I like to keep my business secret, I'm afraid.
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to think. With everything going on at the moment between Galinar and Salandria, and I know we're at peace. But it'd be interesting to know what you're doing here in Velimar.
Oh, well, politics. I don't like to get too involved with this sort of thing, but, well, my employer asked me to come here, and he does not want me to reveal why I'm here, only that I must perform the tasks he has set out, and, well, we have connections, and well known. It was only natural that the princess would approach me with a task.
Okay, so Beatrice herself asked you to look after this seal?
She heard my name and summoned me, yes.
Okay, interesting. And is there anything else you can tell me about yourself, or would you like to hear a bit about me?
He's being very cagey. He's like deliberately like, I don't tell anyone about my business, sort of thing. But, well, you're welcome to tell me about yourself. I am happy to have more friends. More friends, always useful.
I guess I pick up on his caginess, and I just give him some really potted history of my life. We're not giving anything away. Just talk about various kind of well-known stuff. You know, kind of places I've sold armor, how I kind of transitioned from a soldier, fighting these battles as kind of mercenary, into an armor smith, and spent the last kind of 30 years doing that. Bits I've sold, pieces I've done, but I've never really made anything of renown that people know about. I guess we just chew the fat, really, kind of.
You have business small talk.
Yeah, we are. And we're just going around. We're going around to the kind of, look, I know you're shady as fuck. You've got some. You're not telling me something. He's like, look, I know kind of you've been involved in stuff that you're not telling me. It's just that kind of like two old. I guess is it like two older people kind of wizened to the ways of the politics of the world, just kind of circling the drain.
Yeah, they're like we both understand, but we don't want to get involved in each other's personal lives. But the business is deal is sealed, and he's like happy to like conclude.
Yeah, like I guess like at one point I'm just like like laughing at some joke that isn't funny, and I'm just like, Lysander, where the fuck are you?
Okay, so in the meantime, Truffle and Lysander, where have you headed? Shopping.
I think I'll go to I guess a tailor that I definitely would have been. Some kind of place that sells clothes or can make clothes for Truffle.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for clothes, generally it's going to be like you'll find market stalls. I mean, it's not like cheapo, crappy market stalls, but it's just like where everyone shops is at the market in this town. And if you wanted something specific, you could find like the guy who, like the main tailor kind of person, ask them for like a bespoke piece of clothing. It would take longer, it would cost you more, but you could do so. Otherwise, you could get more off the rail kind of thing.
Oof, well, it depends. Gosh, well, depends on our timeline. Would I know how long it would take roughly to make something for Truffle?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask a tailor and you say, "Look, we need this for an audience with the princess. Can you get it for us?" He would say, "Yeah, it'll cost you twice as much, and I'll get it done by tomorrow," sort of thing. Noble's clothes are 15 gold pieces standard.
But Truffle, what do you think? Do you think we can wait until tomorrow? I think it's definitely worth it if you can wait.
I think so, but we can do our measurements, but I think this is best. And I disguise self back to the boy again. I don't think it's a good idea to be a goblin when I meet Princess Beatrix. So...
What makes you say that?
Did you have a chance to speak to the goblins in the cave?
No, but I did overhear a few things, culinary conversations.
Yeah, I was humoring them. Like, those people, they're not me. And if that's what every goblin is, I am a very different goblin. But if I'm meeting a princess who's aware of how people are, she'll make assumptions, and 99%, in fact 100% of every other goblin I've ever met is something I don't want to be seen as. So unless we're seeing her for longer than an hour, I feel more comfortable with a mask when I'm dealing with those kind of people than I do with being myself. I'm still only learning to deal with myself as myself. I don't think everyone else is ready to deal with myself as myself, if that makes sense.
Truffle, that makes more sense than I think you realize. If you feel more comfortable this way, that's fine. But I don't think the princess will care.
Okay. Well, maybe there'll come a time when I can accept myself completely like this. But for now, this face is something I'm more comfortable with at the moment. Let alone all these crazy clothes. How much is this going to cost me, by the way?
Oh, don't worry about it. You have to look good.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's the decision? What are you guys gonna do?
We are going to try on some outfits. Montage!
Yeah. Okay. So we're not going to role play through the finding your clothes thing.
No.
You wanna...
Go to a tailor's, get measured up, outfit. We'll pick it up tomorrow.
Okay.
In and out of the changing room.
So you're getting like a bespoke piece thing. So that'll cost you 30 gold pieces.
Oh, Mama Hubbard.
Mark it off, whoever's paying.
I will pay.
All of it?
Yes.
So the thing that you get is going to be like... you can choose the colours you want, but it's going to be like a...
Teal!
It's kind of like a silky, like a breast piece with like these gold buttons down the front. And like... I guess sort of those baggy sort of knee-length trousers. I don't know what you call them. And then you've got like
Aladdin trousers.
Yeah, you've got like
capri pants.
You've got like the little the pumps with the the white stockings on your calves. So you've got like the baggy trousers and then the white stockings and the little pumps.
Nice.
And you've got over one shoulder is like a cape that ties around across you. And you've got like a little hat that sort of flops like sideways, and it's got like a big feather that comes down.
Do I look like a fucking matador?
Yeah, so it's like Spanishy style clothing. Yeah, basically.
That's
dope. So proud.
So that you order that stuff, and he goes like, "This is what you're gonna get, more or less," and he takes your measurements, and writes them all down. He says, "Right, so be 30 gold pieces." Takes the money and says, "Come back tomorrow morning. I'll have your order ready for you."
Thank you so much. I've never felt. And a little tear rolls down his cheek.
Oh, come on, Truff.
Garland's like, "You are going to look magnificent, Master Truffle."
Oh, Garland, yes. Good sir, have you got something appropriate, possibly for our large friend here to wear? A hat, a cloak, a jaunty belt?
Yeah, I could. Let me see. I can see. He pulls out like a rack of hats, basically, and like similar one to Truffle's, and like a big tricorn.
Truffle is going to pick up a similar cape to that of his, but goes on one shoulder, and the same beret.
Nice.
And that's it. And Truffle will pay for those things, and we're going to look like our mother dressed us to look like each other, even though we're clearly different.
Okay, so yeah, you get. He can probably just get his straight away. So you get like a really this big cape that goes over his shoulder.
Yeah.
And it's he's got this like big hat with this huge feather like flopping over the side of it.
Oh, and the socks.
That's okay. Yes. Just the socks.
That's it. Yeah, just the socks.
He's like, he puts it all on, and he's like, how do I look, friends?
You look so good.
Marvelous.
You look so good.
I am very pleased. Thank you. That stuff will cost you like 5 gold or something.
Alright, I'll take it.
To the way out of the shop, I want to just drop away there. I want to pop back in, just be like, I would like exactly the same as my young friends out there. How much? Do me a best price, good man. We're giving you a lot of business today. As a surprise.
For yourself?
Yes, we're all going to match. It's going to be marvelous.
Well, since since you've given me so much business already, I can say we'll do the 2 for say 50 gold, and so be an extra 20 gold on top of what you paid me.
Oh, and including the hats.
Yes, we'll call that. We'll throw it all in together.
50 for everything.
50 for the lot. Yes.
Deal, my friend.
Excellent deal. And he shakes your hand happily, takes your measurements, and it will be ready first thing in the morning. I will get to work straight away. Come on! And he calls his assistants, closes up his shop. Basically, he's like,
marvelous.
We've got work to do.
I run out as quickly as possible. Sorry, I just had to I was trying to get a better price for us.
Thank you so much.
It's more than welcome, my friend. Quick, we should go and see Akane.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess shortly after you go, Akane was thinking, "Well, hell is Lysander?" Maybe a few minutes later, these two guys and Garland, wearing a hat, cape, and stockings, rock up.
We've made a mockery of yours.
Yeah. So yes, you're all now in this. Assuming you guys just go into the booth and join them.
Yes.
Or do you do anything else?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. The friends are back. Yes, and seems you have traded the redhead for our good Leo friend here. A pleasure to meet you, sir. He reached out a hand to Garland. Garland's like, sort of plops his hand on top of it, like, friend? Is he friend?
Yeah, he's a friend, Garland.
Greetings, friend. And he sort of just plops himself down on a stool. We were just talking about Akane's grand list of accomplishments in life. She's quite a story, I tell you.
Bernhard, you honour me. You were equally talking about your equally magnificent accomplishment and achievements. But now that you're here, I think we should probably get down to the business. So I guess Bernhard's happy that we've hit Dahlia's contract, folks.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess really now the question is, how do we get an audience with Beatrix first?
Well, he reaches into his pouch, unfurls it, and pulls out this big, I guess it's probably like a coin like about that size, and it's got like this six-winged eagle symbol of it, which is, you guys would know, is the symbol of Galanar. It's like on the Galanaran flag. And he's like, well, I will give you this. This is what you've been seeking. He sort of flips it. And you take this up to the princess or one of her aides. I would assume you would not get immediate access. You take it to one of her aides, and they will organize an audience. I assume. This is your ticket. If you may do with it as you wish, but he holds it out.
I take it off him.
Yes, there you go.
I guess this concludes our business.
Yes, a job well done, and a pleasure meeting you. Honestly, I am glad that Dahlia had the help she needed. She's a very busy woman.
So I guess any questions for Bernhard before we go, folks?
Nope.
Well, if you need me, I will be around town. I go occasionally on trips out of town, but I will be contactable. Leave a message with Mizrin, and she'll find me. I'll be around.
Thank you, Bernhard. I kind of stand up and I shake his hand as he's leaving.
Yeah, he stands up too, like he's not hesitating to leave. He's like, yes, business is concluded. Unless there's anything else, I must be about many things I must be taking care of today.
No?
He sort of gives you a nod. He's like, well, a good day to you all, and be courteous when you meet the princess, won't you?
Of course.
Looking at Akane.
And
I'm like...
He stoops out and he just leaves you to your conversation.
And I'm just like... What were you guys doing? And what the hell is Garland dressed like that for?
We are just don't worry. But I think
he's like,
I think
friend Akane, do you like my headgear?
You look beautiful. Are you all wearing the same gear?
Truffles hasn't. You probably got the hat, but the rest of it he hasn't got yet, I would think.
Nah, I left the hat in the. It's only. It's only
Just
Bernhard.
Garland
Walk around in socks and a cape and a hat. We're all just dressed like we were.
And Truff, hang on a sec. How come you're dressed as a boy again? I thought we talked about this.
Oh, I'm not. Sorry.
Oh, then.
Straight gobbled back up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I should have said that.
So yeah, I kind of. So how long do you need for your outfit to be prepared? I mean, we could go up and see the princess now, or we could just at least investigate how we get an audience with her, and maybe we can pick up your clothes tomorrow.
Akane, would you be interested? And I'm like looking you up and down. Would you be interested in coming with me and Truffle and Garland, just having a little visit to a shop?
Would I know what the typical kind of Galanaran?
Yeah.
Female dress would be? Formal dress.
Formal dress, yeah. It would be like a big silky thing with like big poofy skirts.
Oh,
Like,
hell no.
kind of like a flamenco skirts, but it would probably be usually be quite darker, like black. You know, have like white trim or gold trim, and you'd have like a big hat like this with a huge feather.
Low cut top, really low.
And then it would be like right up to your neck. The long sleeves and heeled shoes, normal heeled shoes. Yeah.
I'll be like, hell no.
Why not?
Lysander, I wore it one time. It was awful. It was probably the worst thing I've ever worn. And I design things that people wear for a living. This is nuts.
Okay, how about this?
And just quickly as well,
You can wear something similar to what Truffle will be wearing. You don't have to wear a dress.
well, the typical. I just find the whole thing very, very impractical. It's all silk and kind of tightness across the top. And
Yes,
what's wrong with?
Did you not see Burdenharden's reaction to, you know, being all like, ooh, don't be this in front of the princess, blah, 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 blah. Appearances are important, Akana. It doesn't change who you are on the inside.
Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you for what are you going to do now, rather than sitting in the cafe and talking about Akano's clothes.
Okay, so I flat out refuse. I'm not going to get an outfit.
Roll persuasion on you.
He's like, I will compel you.
No,
Will wear a dress.
not wear a dress.
Dress up.
Dude, I can charm you into it.
Okay, so
Charm you.
do you guys have any plans for the rest of the day, or are you? Oh, you're gonna try and go and see them?
Yeah, I think we go. Do we know where they are camped in town?
I actually I forgot. Bernhardin would have told you that they are set up in the mayor's manor, Mayor Maurizio, his manor, which is like obviously prominent place in town. It's like a big manor with like a gated sort of fence around it, and you would know where that is.
Okay, so I'm going to propose to the group that we at least go to the mayor's office and see if we can get an audience with the princess tomorrow. I'm in no particular rush, and I know that this is important to them, that they get their outfits. But I don't say that to them. I just say, look, I suggest we go find and try and get an audience for tomorrow.
Okay. So you're going to head up to the manor.
Rosio.
Yeah.
So
Truffle.
Sorry. So at this point, it's probably what we do. It's probably like afternoon time, early afternoon, I think. You head over to Maurizio's manor.
Maurizio.
Yes, and it is. You've got this big sort of like black iron gates that sort of just like spread out around it, and it's just like a pretty. It's not too lavish, but it is bigger than all the other buildings in town. Like, and you can see at the side on the left-hand side, it's got like a couple of big rooms that stick out, and one of them is like a big conservatory type room full of like trees and plants and like statues and things. And at the gate, the front gate is a couple of not guards, but they are what are called blue cravats, and they are like the police in
That's awesome.
in Galanar, and they are like they're wearing just like these blue like starchy like tops and like the baggy trousers and big high boots, and they've got shirts with big blue cravats, which is like their distinguishing feature. anyone would know, and Galanar would know what they are and what they symbolise, which is the law, basically. And they're waiting, and you approach the gate, and one of them's like, "Yes, what can I do for you? You wish to see the mayor?"
We wish to see the princess.
Oh, you wish to see the princess? Okay. Well, do you have one of the seals? What? Would be Salandrian. Do you have one of the seals?
Flip the coin, catch it, show it to him.
Toss a coin to the blue crew.
He's like, "Oh my goodness!" He's like, "May I have a look at it, please?"
As one of my friends once told me, you look with your eyes.
He calls the other guy over, and they're like, "Yes, we just, yeah, this is definitely what we are looking for. Yes, yes, okay, yeah, okay. It seems like this is the real, authentic deal. If you would wait here a moment, I will go and get the princess's aide, and he will organise further from here." So he leaves the other guard there. He walks inside the gate, walks up to the front door, lets himself in, and a few minutes later emerges with when the princess was giving her speech, and afterwards, like, the guy came out and basically took
The sexy
questions.
guy!
No, but I think
Yeah,
I need to retcon, because I think at the time I said he was a half elf. He's actually a dragonborn, and he's just wearing like fairly like plain scholarly robes, sort of like nothing too showy. He's like got bronze. He's bronze dragonborn, so he's got like bronze scales, and he's sort of like
This is not Beren, is it? This is
not Beren. Beren's one of her bodyguards.
Aha.
I think I'm a bit disappointed to see that it's not the sexy life
Yeah.
kind of Galanaran.
Yeah. So this guard like leads him out, and he's sort of like, he looks like he's sort of quite slow at walking, and you see as he gets closer, he's quite an old dragonborn. He's sort of like wrinkly, and his skin's a bit droopy, and he's got a bit of a stoop. He's not particularly tall, and he sort of comes out, and sort of like, "Yes, I've been told you have one of the eagle seals. May I please inspect it?"
And I put it in his hand.
Yes. And he sort of waves his hand over it like he's casting some kind of magic. And it glows for a moment. Like this actual eagle on it glows. He's like, "Oh, yes. This is the authentic thing. It seems you have done a good job collecting this." He hands it back to you. I was like, "Well, is it an audience with the princess that you're after?"
And I just gotta look at Lysander at this point.
Like spamming prestidigitation to clean myself and make myself smell nice.
He's like, "Oh, yes, I do. I'm not quite sure what she's doing, but if
Yes, we'd like an audience. We'd like an audience with the princess.
Of course. As you understand, we'll need to prepare and organise things. We could probably do at the earliest tomorrow morning, I think, would be the next audience we could grant.
Lysander Truffle? Does that work for your schedule?
What time specifically?
Well, why don't you suggest a time, and then we will lock it in and make sure we don't have any other things scheduled in that time.
Pre-noon. Between.
Yes.
Between.
Why don't we say an hour after sunup? How about that?
What time do I know what time the shop's open?
Yeah, but we'll say an hour after the sort of time shops would open.
Yeah. That's the roundabout way. Yeah, outfit.
Okay.
Meeting. Yeah.
He'll say like
Andrew.
mid morning, basically.
Yes. Wonderful.
Okay.
We'll see you back here mid-morning, I guess, then.
Yes. Okay. Well, and what should I tell the princess? Who are you folks? Do you have names
We're the
or a group
Fabulous
name?
Five.
Fabulous Five. It's like 1, 2, 3.
The four of us.
Oh, is Jenkins with you?
No, he's doing his own thing
he's
today.
he's still on spring break.
Oh, that's right.
Actually,
Yeah, Jenkins is on Jenkins's Wild Day Out. Yeah.
Actually, Where is Jenkins actually?
Oh, he's just he's fetching me some things. Don't worry.
Okay, yes, you are the Fabulous Five. Okay.
And I'm just like cringing. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. I panicked. I don't do this. I don't make names up. That's Truffles.
Oh, don't worry. I shall just tell her that a group of adventurers has a seal and they wish to meet her. And you may introduce yourselves in person. Don't worry.
We are the Questers.
The Questers. Well, why don't you have a think about that? You've got all day to think about
We
it.
definitely will spend the rest of the day doing this.
I imagine at this point, like we all just start giving random names to this guy. No, we're the kind of the.
He's just like getting more and more like. I don't.
The Humbuggers.
Look, honestly, I'm going to go back inside and tell the Queen about this.
Cave Delvers.
Garland and the Fabulous Three.
I'm going to just put this in her schedule, and we shall see you tomorrow morning. I'll instruct the good guards here to let you in mid-morning. And unless there's anything else, any questions?
Do you have any ideas for a good group name?
I'm going to go back inside now.
I just imagine the gate closes and like, well, I don't think that could have gone better.
Not too sure about that.
So you guys to drink.
So,
Bit early, isn't it?
Drink anyone? Well, I guess clearly it's mid-afternoon.
so do you guys want to role play stuff, or you do want to skip ahead to tomorrow morning?
I think we'll just fast sleep.
Yes.
Oh, it's up to you guys. I'm quite happy just to.
No, we're unless I'm cool to skip.
So yes, so the night passes. You all spend night in your normal places, and you wake up in the morning and you head to the store to pick up Truffle's clothes. I assume.
Lysanders.
Sanders.
Yeah, we go. I go. We go. They go.
On.
How do we look?
And I reveal myself like, Truffle, I've got a surprise, and I burst out.
Oh my god, Garland, get in here!
Ta-da! It slides in.
Everyone's in turkey.
Pop, like,
Down.
like the Ginyu Force. Like,
Yes.
And is turquoise a popular colour?
Dude, it's straight teal. Don't be confusing it with some chumpy
I
carolers.
think in Galanar, turquoise would be a pretty weird colour, but people would just be
Teal,
like,
sorry.
yeah.
It's deep teal.
There'd be a lot of like golds and reds and yellows and that sort of thing.
Deep teal with a gold thread. Oh, we look fly. Does it? We've genuinely got a height order, don't we? As well. It's just...
and
we hit the town.
Like, Akane, you are missing out.
In slow motion, we come down the stairs.
And I'm just like, guys.
I'm using precipitation trait puffs of sparks.
You got your flute. I just imagine, and I'm just like, guys, how are we worried that I was the one that's going to mess this up?
Wait, what are you wearing?
I'm just gonna wear. I'm just wearing this. They're expecting a group of adventurers.
Oh, you've got to clean it. It's not clean.
Precipitation.
And I just, what does that look like? Does it look like kind of dust or?
It doesn't. You can't. There's no visible effect. It's just that like you
Sit
get
it back.
cleaned.
What about the hair?
And the dirt is gone.
Okay, so I just kind of like, I'm just covering myself, and I can see all the blood, and muck is cleared from my armor. Oh, I noticed like a little hole where kind of, I think kind of I got with acid, and the lightning got through or whatever. So I'm just kind of looking at that for repair later. And I'm just like smelling my hair. I'm like, what is that smell?
Roses.
Yeah. Yeah. What is that smell, Lysander?
That is petunia.
Oh. I just like kind of brush my hair out my face. Ugh.
Onward!
So yeah, you guys are like all like Truffle, Lysander, and Garland like walking in a line, like in their big feathery hats and these shoulder capes, like.
I've got the flute lute in my hand.
I just imagine it's panning and it's just like kind of goes through us, and then at the end it's just like this kind of just this warrior with his big kind of umbrella on her back and a big backpack with an axe sticking out the back, and they're all dressed like
Spanish guitar as I walk up. Right, we make our way towards the mayor's house, Maurizio's house.
And the guards see you and they recognise you and admit you after a couple of strange looks. And you're escorted up to the front main door. It's a big arched wooden door. You sort of push it open, and there's inside just a sort of like a brief antechamber with like a nice rug, a couple of tables with like some plants and like some jugs of water for visitors and that sort of thing. And the floor's like, you've got marble floor and just like white stone interior. And then they lead you through into the further room, which is like the grand hall. And it's got like this double staircase leading up to the second floor at the back. And there's like a load of doors down the left. And they lead you onto the first door on your left, which is like just a big plain door. And the guard knocks. And you hear like yes? And he's like, the adventuring party are here to see you, as requested. He's like, yes, please admit them.
Disguise self.
Yeah. And are you disguising yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Just in the middle of this.
No, I would. I mean, you'd already started, but I would have done it just before we walked to meet the guard outside.
Okay, so you currently look like a boy.
Sweet boy.
Okay. So yeah, you enter into this room and you see it's like a long, what would be like a meeting room, or like you'd expect there to be like a long table or something, or like a dining hall or something, but it's just been cleared out, and there's a couple of like suits of armor and statues of sort of things down the side, and paintings and sconces with torches burning, and aligned along each side is also like a bunch of the knights that you saw that accompanied the princess when she gave her speech, and they're just sort of like standing to attention, just like passively. They sort of casually watch you as you walk in. At the far end there's like a big fireplace, not currently lit, it's hot in the middle of the day, and a big like heavy wooden like mahogany desk with a big like throne behind it. The princess is sat on the throne, and she is wearing like her armor that she was wearing before, and it's not like heavy armor, it's clearly plate mail, but it doesn't look like it's heavy. It's quite lightweight, and it's like this pale blue with silvery trim, and sort of like some gemstones. It's clearly very carefully and like masterfully made. Like you look at it and you're like, wow, that's like better than anything I could do, sort of thing.
Ooh, love to get my hands on that.
Yeah, and you can see also to her right is the very tall armoured knight who was like one of her bodyguards, just standing there, and he's got like this huge greatsword strapped across his back, and he's just like got his hands across his chest. He's just like watching you.
Guy.
But you can see he's currently not got his helmet on, and he is also a Laor. But he's like he's not damaged or anything, so he's just got a plain, smooth faceplate, and it's just like his eyes. It's just like the light in his face is just like a line down the center, and it's just like watching you. It sort of like tracks you as you move.
So hang on a sec. Can we just appreciate the fact that Beatrix basically has her Laor in this fat suit of armor with a gigantic sword, and we've basically queer-eyed the fuck out of our Laor.
I mean, to say we've queer-eyed it is
an understatement.
Justice to the show, really.
Yeah,
we put socks on him and a hat.
Yes.
And a half cape.
I think it probably
Heroes in a half cape.
It wouldn't go unnoticed. But yeah, so you've got Beatrix sitting behind this big, huge, heavy desk, and to her right there's like a smaller, like a table with like a map and various documents on it and a few stools around it. And sitting at that table is the aide that you met before. Sorry, the guy that you met yesterday that organised the appointment. He's like, stands up and he's like, yeah, Your Majesty, it appears they are visitors out here. Yes, please, approach. And he like gestures for you to move up towards the table. And as you do, her Leor like steps in between you and her, and he just sort of like puts his hand out as you get close. I'm assuming you guys are just walking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as Leia walking up, he just stands there. He's like, "Wait there. The princess will have to assess before you may approach further."
I bow.
And he turns his head. He's like, "Princess." And she goes sort of... And she's like... She is clearly a very beautiful, like, and she's got this regal beauty and this long, like, platinum hair, like, that goes right down to her waist. And her eyes are blue, but around the iris is like this little corona of gold. And she sort of sighs. Very well. She stands up, pushes this big throne back, sort of like grinds against the floor, and she steps over to the wall and she picks up this scabbard with a sword in it. And she draws the sword, and the sword that comes out from within is probably the fanciest sword you guys will have ever seen. It's like silver with like these glowing veins of gold spiraling up it, and like the hilt is like the six wings, like the eagle of Galanar, and the sword is physically like glowing and shining. And she just sort of like holds it out before her like that, and as she does so, the gold corona around her eyes just goes like, her entire iris goes shining gold. And she says under her breath, she's like, "Let me see what I must see."
Fuck's sake, I know exactly what she's doing. She's a dick.
And her eyes start glowing with this golden light, and she just looks from one of you to the other, and you don't look like you still, nothing happens to you, but it's like this long tense moment, and like the aides sort of like shuffling, sort of like and the Leor just standing there like waiting, and it's probably about a minute, and then she sort of, the glow goes from her eyes, and she puts the sword, just like leans it against the table, and she says, "Very well, they are of no threat, no immediate threat to us. They may approach. Please, Nomo, please stand aside." And he says, "Very well, princess." And he puts his hand down and sort of stomps over to the side. And he's like Garland, but even heavier. And he just sort of takes his place again, sort of like watching you from the side, like very, very still, but this sort of like beam of light just sort of constantly looking at you. And she sits back down in her throne and she says, please have a seat. There's like a few chairs, like just normal chairs in front of the table. And she's like, "Please approach. I would know the names of the adventurers who've gone out of their way to seek an audience with me. Please introduce yourselves. You of course know me, Princess Beatrix the First of Galanar."
My lady, I am Lord Lysander Linden, at your service.
Lysander Linden. I'm not familiar with that name. Where are you from, Lysander?
Originally, I'm from a small, modest farm outside of Mivorno.
Livorno. Quaint little village, yes. Fair enough. And your friends?
I stepped forward. I was like, "My lady, my name is Akane Shirudo. I come from Sindal originally, lands to the north, You're probably familiar with them.
Of course.
An armor smith and a warrior.
Ah. Always a fine one to have on our side. And the young boy?
Oh.
She looks at you and she says, the young boy? With the raised eyebrows.
My Majesty, my Queen, my Princess. I'm Truffle Davids of here. I'm a storyteller and a musician. And
a bard, yes. Every good group needs a bard to tell their tale.
Thank you.
And your friend is Garland's with you, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Big time.
He's like, my name has been given to me as Garland. I am afraid I do not know who I am, but these are my friends. And she sort of looks over to her Leo bodyguard, Nomo, and he just kind of sort of looks at Garland, and his sort of lights sort of flash, sort of like the light swirls and various lines show up on his face, and he sort of looks back over to the princess and he's like, I do not know this one.
404.
I am afraid I am not familiar. Garland, it is a pleasure to meet you. And he's like, yes, thank you. And he just kind of awkwardly shuffles and sits down. Please, pay me no mind. Address my friends. And
Love it so much.
the princess is just like, very well, a fine introduction. Can we offer you any refreshments? Perhaps we have some wine, fruits, some cheeses.
I look at Lysander. Wine sounds good.
Yes.
Please. And one of the knights like steps forwards and like, pulls up this silver tray, puts it on the desk, and starts like out of this big like elegant silver ewer, starts serving wine to you in these little chalices. There's like a platter of like grapes and bits of melon and stuff, some cheese.
I think as he's filling mine up, he keeps going to stop. I'm like,
It's like,
that's perfect. Thank you. And
it's like practically brimming.
Yeah.
I'm like nervous smiling, like. Okay.
I'm stress eating cheese.
Never stress eat cheese. Bad idea. And he offers some to the princess. She's like, no, please. I believe you have the seal. And my aide, what was his name?
Nomo.
Momo. Mono?
Syrian he's checked the seal and it is authentic. So I am satisfied that you have earned this audience. I would ask, please regale me with the tale of how you came about this seal.
Oh my god!
I would know of the exploits of those who I'm to be working with.
So I actually kind of, as Truffle said that, I turned to him, I put my hand on his shoulder, I'm like, Truffle, I think you do know it. I mean, slow down, talk steadily, but why don't you take this one? You are our bard.
I will tell you a story of 4 friends who came together under circumstances that they never thought they would deal with, and together formed a bond that can never be broken. A bond where we came into this land, experienced monsters, hardships, danger, and death. Where we experienced true nightmares and came about through the night to see daylight. I will tell you the story of how we got the seal. And then I will explain in a little bit more detail, not to go over the same story, but the story of how we seen these people, done the best we could for them, how difficult it had been finding out there had been a fourth, and that we had to realize there was danger and death along the way in the path, and it's changed us and made us grow. And then how we found Garland, and how he became part of the group and actually a wider member, and etc.
Yeah. So she just like she passively poised sits there eagerly listening to you, not interrupting or anything. She's just like, she seems very interested in everything you have to say, politely listening.
It's somewhat more articulate than I have done, but it weaves a tapestry that puts us all in a light where we started off rocky and learned more about each other and have grown as people on this quest.
Yeah, I feel like Truffle's really like giving it his best at this point.
It's not as articulate as, say, someone who is a poet or a songsman, but there's passion in his words, and you can't be helped but to be moved with the story, even if it's a bit clunky in places. The narrative sticks, and I think the story comes across as being a heartfelt one and like, somewhat passionate.
Yeah, so she's like, it's truly fascinating. I wish that I could hear more of your tales, but we should really discuss business. And I suppose I want to know why you chose to undertake this task, why you put yourselves in such danger to meet me when you don't even know yet what I ask of you. It's not a trick question, I assure you.
I think the reason we hesitated, Your Majesty, is because I think we all have different reasons, and I think we thought they were one thing at the start, and as Truffle have said, they've turned out to be very different reasons why we're here now. For me, I think it was around curiosity to start with, a sense of protection for what I perceive were the children of the team, and it led me back to this point that I'm still just curious about what it is you're doing. I used to mess around in kind of affairs of the nation a long time ago, and whilst peace is very important to me and the ability for everybody to exist in a peaceful state, I don't know why we'd be going and doing anything of the sort over the border when the peace that exists now is adequate.
Wow. Very well, I understand, and it's totally understandable to have such questions. But if you wish to know more, then we must engage in a proper agreement, and if you're happy to do so, I will have Syrian bring over the contract and we will be about it, if you all agree.
I guess before we make that agreement, I would like to hear the reasons of my friends.
Of course, please. Tell me, Lysander, what is it that brings you here?
I take off my hat.
Oh
my albeit short political career has not yielded the results that I had wished for. It seems that one must take a more active approach to ensure peace and prosperity in the region. If I can inspire through my acts, then perhaps I can embody the change I wish to see in society.
A noble cause, one that I cannot fault, of course. And young Truffle, I believe.
I was kind of hoping we'd move on.
I think I already know, but if you could put it into words, then please tell me.
So I've lived here my entire life that I can remember, and I realized I've never been anywhere else. And this was the first opportunity I got to explore a little piece of the world and talk to people that I hadn't grown up with. And I feel that there's a lot more world to see. And so when I heard about your need for someone who believed in the good of people and to stop, I guess, bad things from happening, I guess I wanted to almost meet the person who people felt so strongly about in the town that I'd grown up with, but also this was a selfish opportunity to maybe see a little bit more than just outside my own walls.
Yes.
And I still don't have all the answers. And if I'm honest, speaking to you right now, I'm terrified of you, and also amazed by you. You're equal parts beautiful and terrifying, and I don't quite know what to say. And I think that's a thrill. I think it's exciting to be able to meet people like that. I've never met anyone like you.
Young Truffle, you have a good heart. If you would permit me to give you one piece of advice, you should be true to yourself. And you, Lord Garland, you seem lost in this world, and perhaps friends like these can help you find your way. But I think I'm satisfied with this group. You seem like a good sort, and well, hopefully you will give your all to the task that we are giving you, or offering you at least. You do not need to do anything. You do not have to sign the contract, but well, you've come this far, so I assume you are quite dedicated. And she calls over Syrian, who brings over this long parchment, plops it down on the desk in front of you guys, and he starts reading out some of the important parts of it, and he's like, here the signed must agree to the following, and there's one bit where it's like, you must do all you can to conceal the purpose and any link to the crown, especially in foreign lands. Do you agree? Yes. Very well. There is no specific timeline. However, you must report in your progress monthly. You may do so by sending spell or by a messenger. It is up to you, but you must do so. If we do not hear from you, inquiry will be sent into your whereabouts. Further, if you find any information on the target of the mission, and you leak it to foreign nations, you will be branded criminals and a bounty will be placed on your heads.
I kind of put my hand up at this point, and I just say, do we get to find out why we're doing this, Your Majesty?
Yes.
Before we start signing all of this stuff, can we sign this and hear what the mission is, and then kind of walk away?
He just sort of looks over at the princess, and she's like, I'm afraid due to the sensitive nature, and you said it yourself, the dangerous political situation we find ourselves in, I must ask that you sign the contract before I reveal anything further.
As long as we have the option to walk away, I guess is all that I ask.
Yes, of course, you may walk away. However, obviously you forfeit any rewards. And the same if you reveal any information about the mission and attempt to sabotage the political situation, you will be obviously a target for us. But you seem like the sort who wouldn't do that kind of thing, I would hope. Yes. Shall we proceed, or do you have any further questions?
No, I think we should proceed.
And he goes, one last thing, one requirement. You must leave either an item or possession of yours or a lock of hair with the bearer of the contract. If you're happy to do so,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Any objections?
Yes.
Garland's just like, with possessions, it's like, yeah, I'll give you my hat or something, or a feather.
No, I bought that.
Um,
A sock.
Like, very well. Enough of the negative. In return for agreeing, you will receive the following: a magical royal seal of the crown. It will grant you ambassadorship in foreign lands and free border travel with any nations with which you're at peace, such as Salandria, Sindel, and so on. The seal will mark you as an agent of the crown, but should be used sparingly and only on trusted individuals. If you go flashing this thing around, it may get you into more trouble than not. But at the same time, it may get you out of a sticky situation, or get you help where you otherwise do not have it. Keep that in mind. Once the task is completed, or you decide to end your agreement, you must present your findings to either the princess or an agent of the crown, and you will be rewarded commensurate with your discoveries. May that be in land, titles, livestock, wealth, magical items, or any other specific requests.
Livestock.
Finally, as a token of trust and goodwill from the princess, she asks that her agents be presented with a boon to aid their journey. She has suggested, or I have suggested, maybe a wagon for travelling, or a set of mounts, which is horses. Or we could provide some kind of escort, a soldier, or perhaps a scholar of some kind. You may have a magical item within reason. Any other supplies, or if there's anything else that you could think of, you might think help you with your journey, we will take requests as well.
Could we think about that, Syrian?
Yes, of course, yes. But yes, this is a specific request of the princess, though I advised against it. She wanted to give a sort of down payment to show that she is not simply taking advantage of her citizens. Yes. So if there's I don't believe there's anything left to the contract, unless you have any questions.
No. Where do I sign?
Yeah, he just like hands it to Lysander and gives you a quill and an ink pot. It's like here at the bottom. Lysander's like "Gah!"
Obnoxiously long signature.
Truffles never signed anything and does exactly the same.
I think can I just use his kind of armor smith runes?
Headbutt.
Nice. Garland just
What does Garland do? Yeah.
He's like, "What, friends? What should I do?"
Take the pen and make a symbol.
He like takes the pen and he draws like this really intricate geometric rune.
Like a printer.
He's like, "Will this suffice?"
That's amazing. What does a rune look like? Sorry, don't.
Can it look like a tree? Because we found him underneath a tree.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like a geometric circuitry board tree.
Oh, I like that.
Ganon.
And
sorry, I just thought geometric. I was like, I just get this idea. I'm like, kind of see. Does it look anything like the tablet that we found? The little thing that
No.
Lysander has.
no,
Okay, fine.
definitely not.
So I don't get triggered in any way. Don't forget me. Ignore me.
Good question, but no. So yeah, and so you all have signed the contract.
And I pull a bit of I get my dagger. Do I still have my dagger on me?
I bloody well hope not. You're pulling a dagger out.
He
Presence
put
of
a
the
bit- I was gonna
princess.
Okay, good.
I would
Right,
advise
just-
against that before you think
I
of
was
doing
gonna
that.
What I was gonna say is, when do I give my hair?
Oh, yes. Well, you can hand over possession now if you desire.
I don't have many possessions.
Yes, he calls over one of the knights. He's like, please, could you, if you wish to give a sample, a lock of hair, then one of the knights
I
here.
offer my head.
He pulls out like a little silver dagger and just takes a tiny bit off, wraps it in some twine.
I pull off my signet ring. Hand it over.
He's like, yes, thank you, yes. Fine piece, thank you. You, young lady?
Is this to prove identification? Is this why you're looking for this?
Passport, driver's license, gas bill.
It's so suspicious, like, are they?
I just.
Are you specifically asking him what is to prove?
Yeah, I'm asking him.
He's like, well, if you ever go missing, you don't report in, or we suspect that you're up to something, it will allow us to locate you magically.
I thought as much.
If you become, as you could be described, a rogue agent.
You don't need to worry about that. Okay, fine. And I kind of
precautions, I assure you.
I take a kind of a mangy bit of dread, and I just like hold it out.
Yeah, meta. It's for scrying.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he takes your little dread, and I guess
he tries to cut through it at first, and I'm just like, I'll just get another piece of hair. And I'm like, there you go, take the clean bit.
What would Garden do? He's like, he looks to Truffle. He's like, what should I give them?
Is he made of metal?
Yes, he's made of a metallic frame and like panels of like crystalline.
So would it be crazy enough to think you could take a scraping? I don't know if that's a part of the body, but I don't. Like, does he have like toenails?
No, he doesn't have toenails.
What about his hat? Yeah.
Yes, you could give an item of clothing. It's fine.
Master has given Dobby a sock.
That's Jenkins.
Okay.
He takes the feather out of the hat.
Okay. Maybe it's got two feathers and he just gives one or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those. That's a tricky one, I know.
So you're like, yeah. Syrian takes these things and he gets like a little box and he pops it open. He puts all the.
Does Jenkins need to be done as well?
Jenkins isn't with you.
Okay.
He's a rogue
He's
agent.
just for help.
Because I don't want him to be involved in this serious stuff.
Bruce Wayne always takes Alfred to all of his business meetings.
He's like, okay, very well. It seems you have held up your end of the bargain all too well. What else there was? Yes, we have that. We have your signatures. And you're going to get back to us on your requests, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, Syrian. Once we hear what we have to do as well, we could probably describe something which might serve us better.
Oh,
But
yes.
we don't know how far we're travelling or what we're trying to do.
Of course. Very well. I will hand over to the princess and let her explain further. And he rolls up the contract. And he puts some wax seal on it. He does like the whole drying it with sand thing and pops it into this box as well. He takes it all over to the desk, plops himself down, and the princess has just the whole time been sitting there pretty impassively, just watching everything that's going on. Just sort of like gold and blue eyes, and she now addresses you. She's like, well, thank you very much for signing the contract. I understand these formalities are a bit stilted at times, but a woman in my position must be cautious. I'm sure you can understand. So, on to the task which I have requested. So, as I mentioned, this is something that I can't do myself, and I can't send my armies in. I need a small group, an agile group who is flexible, they can get into places and find out things. We are, as you know, on a knife edge on relations with Salandria. And you may also know that my brother Leopoldo, he wishes to push for war once again. And I have been doing all I can to maintain the peace, and there is a growing faction within Galanar who follow him, and I believe that it is only a matter of time until war might be inevitable. I trust you'll keep this information to yourselves.
Of course.
However, you may understand also that one of the best ways to stop such a war is a deterrent. We believe that if we have enough military might, or let's put it that way, that it might deter Salandria from attacking us. And it is along those lines as what I need you for. Not necessarily military might, but might of a different sort. There's an old legend, one that I believe to be true, and many other scholars believe to be true, about a set of powerful relics. They were created by a civilization that came before Salandria and Galanar were kingdoms at all. I believe they came from Sindel, and it was a queen and her knights forged these weapons, or magical items, and it is said that they put their souls into these items to create them, and no one is entirely sure what happened to them or why they're created, but they seem to have been lost to time. However, if we were able to locate at least just one of these items, it might be enough to deter Salandria from ever stepping foot on Galanaran soil. These relics, these cinders, as they are called, it's believed there are at least 12, perhaps 13 of them. We cannot be sure where any of them are. However, what I can do is give you some leads and ask that you make your own inquiries and seek out whatever information you can, but it may be a long journey for you. It depends on where you go, what string you pull on, what thread you unfurl. There are a few we have some clues on. Well, before I go any further, do you have any questions? I understand I've given you a lot of information. Very well.
I guess I've got a few questions.
Of course, Akane, please.
So, I guess let's talk about the situation with your family itself.
Yes, it is.
Have you tried to talk? Have you tried to talk down Leopoldo?
Yes, you know how things can be with siblings, and we've long since fallen out, and especially since he knows that I am the crown princess. I should be the one to take up the throne. We need only have Lord Commander Haradzi call off the military rule, and I will be immediately instated as queen. However, I have specifically asked him not to, because I feel that the situation, as I have explained, is fraught. And if war should occur, I wish for Galanar to be on a war footing. However, I do not seek it. Leopoldo is a brash young boy. He is headstrong, and he's got some foolish ideas in his head. And like many young nobles, he lusts for power.
Okay.
I've tried to talk him down, but things only seem to get worse when I speak to him. It's infuriating.
So I guess my other question then is how common the knowledge around these soul weapons or cinders are. You know, kind of would we be suspicious asking for them? I've never heard. I don't think DM.
I think you will find that even if you should mention the name of Cinder to most people, they would have no idea what you speak of. There are, of course, many who have heard legends of relics and items that may be, the same thing as a cinder, but they don't know it. You may be in an area and there's a legend of an item or a place, and it could be the home of a cinder, but we do not know of any specific locations. It's a difficult thing, because if it were simple, they would have been found long ago, you understand?
Has anyone found that you haven't found any? Is that what you say?
Yes.
They're 12 to 13, but you don't know where any of them are.
It's strange. It's almost as if historical records on the era, they've been scrubbed, they've been purged of information about the cinders. Scholars are perplexed, but they are sure they exist. But it's almost as if they've been deliberately removed from the annals of history. Why, I do not know, however, all I know is that I wish for them to be in our possession.
Do you think that Salandria might have one?
She sort of grits her teeth. She's like, well, that is the one we're most sure about, is we believe someone in Hallandel, as you may know, the capital of Salandria, we believe someone has one. However, of all of the ones to pursue, this is perhaps the most dangerous of all. And is in the heart of enemy territory. If they know that you're seeking it, and people find out about it, could make things worse than ever. This is why I tell you, things must be approached with caution. You must keep knowledge of what you're doing to a minimum, spread to a minimum.
What does it do?
What do they do? Well,
what does that one do?
What does that? We do not know. We do not even know exactly what they are. We assume they are a set of magical weapons. However, they could just be simply magically imbued items of some sort. Could be books, could be stones, could be anything. Could be a sword like this, and she pats her obviously magical sword. Blatantly magical sword.
So I guess
Yes.
Beatrix, it'd be good for us to talk about your leads, and then I guess a strategy about how we're going to set about this.
Of course.
Whether or not it's best to identify as Belamaran citizens, or because I know a number of us aren't. A number of us are wanderers. Well, I guess kind of me and Truffle, and
Yes.
kind of Garland as well.
Yes, there are a few Vellum folk around these days, unfortunately. But yes, I will happily tell you what we know. Aside from the one in Hallandel, there are fragments, they're legends, pieces of information which we believe may lead you to cinders, or perhaps something else of equal power. the first. It is said that it is said that all of these cinders were forged by using the souls of these knights by the Titans. And one of them was left with them as a gift. However, the land of the Titans is a dangerous place, ruled over by the tyrant king Ylor. That is all I can give you on that, but if you wish to enter that territory, I ask you to do so with caution. It is a dangerous place. Next, there is slightly closer to home. There was, before Galanar, before Salandria, and even before the Void Wars and everything else, there was believed to be a civilization that lived here in Galanar. And it's a strange one. We're not really sure what happened to them. It's like they vanished one day. They were called the Huexi, and they built sort of these legendary underground cities. Of the ones we've found, they have been abandoned. None remain. However, it is theorized by some scholars that the Huexi possessed one of the cinders. And that was how they were able to construct such magical marvels. Finally, and this one it poses a very similar problem to the one in Hallandale, a politically dangerous problem. Deep in the lands of Velamar, in the battlegrounds, scarred and bloody, where no one any longer lives, there is an old ruin, a vault, and it's called the Vault of Silara, I believe, an old king. And it's been looted and scoured by all sorts, like all of the battlefields have been. However, there are reports that there are some chambers deeper within the vault that have never been accessed. And what they contain we do not know, but we can only assume it is something important to be sealed away in such a manner. However, that is all I have for you in terms of leads. I know it's not much to go on, but anywhere you find legends of powerful items or wondrous places, I would suggest you follow those leads.
Wow.
Lore dump!
So much lore.
So I guess at this point, meta point is, this is like deciding starting point of adventure. Like, you've had intro adventure, and now you're like, okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? So I'm going to ask you guys to make any big decisions. You can.
Yeah, man, I've got to think about it, because there's all of that. But what our boon is going to be. What do we boon?
In fact, I might stop it here, and you guys can like talk about it and think about it for the next couple of weeks, and also let me know what you're thinking about doing, so I can start prepping. Even if it's just an indication, would would be useful.
Yeah, we can talk about it on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can just like watch.
So I'm gonna officially cut stream here.
Slap like.
Bam! Thank you to anyone who's watching, which is just us.
Yay.
Thank you to anyone who watches this video in the future.
Thank you, future people.
Signing off stream.
Thanks. Bye.